go right. You can go forward, but never ever back. Yeah. Woke up.
I ain't feeling your side. King Chaka ENT. Y'all can check out the music on Spotify, Apple, and other services. I want to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? KCE, King Chaka.
And now, another
Yeah.
major production.
Yeah, I'm about to tell you what the real is. Deep down inside, you got to feel it. Emotions have the most number of killings. Pay close attention to your feelings. I'm about to tell you what the deal is. And when I'm talking, all I'm hearing is some crickets. Yeah, hurry honey, run and get your ticket. Just get the money, it's not always the business. Yeah, forget the $1 million mission. Sometimes I just want to go fishing instead of physically grinding in the trenches. Finding me using my knowledge, intuition. Yes. Yeah, Chaka not talking while he so distant. Yeah, Chaka be talking but they don't listen. Yeah, he's sitting, his brain pumping like a piston. I've been chasing the twilight, now I've been bitten.
Hey, how y'all doing out there? How y'all feel? Remember, an educated and united public cannot be controlled. Get organized. ¿Cómo estás? ¿Podemos ayudarnos más? Si se puede. Let me check this right quick. Okay. So the name of the show today is Spaces Within Spaces. I might have to turn that fan off, but I'm hot. I don't know why I'm hot. Spaces Within Spaces. So it's the idea of creating a space for you to accomplish the things that you want to accomplish within the space of, our present situation or our present society or whatever, within the government structures or within the state. It's like the idea of an autonomous zone. It's like, let's say you have a problem with education and the way that they do it. So then you become a teacher and you work within the system and find a way to create an oasis for the students. Maybe the system is still messed up, but you create a little space for them to escape and to be able to be themselves and to grow and to actually learn and so forth and so on, and actually be prepared for society. You understand what I'm saying? Spaces within spaces. So it's also within, like, let's say, an ideological perspective or a political perspective, a space within your point of view that allows people that aren't of your point of view to be able to exist or to be able to come in there so that you can have these conversations so that we can find, a level playing field, or somewhere to a jump off point, you know, uh, an opportunity for communication, because we're never going to be able to move forward without these kinds of things happening. And so the thing is, as an individual, each one of us have to create these spaces within spaces so that they can provide an opportunity for things to move forward. You know, it's like hope. And I almost named the show today Crazy Leftist Ideas, or the Crazy Leftist, or something like that. I don't know if I wrote it down. But because it's like, it's really about hope. Because if people tell you all the time, they say it's impossible, you know, you can't do it, you know, the only person crazy enough to change the world is the person that's crazy enough to think they can do it. And you always have these people who tell you that, you know, it can never happen, it'll never get done, you know, you can't do it, there's nothing you can do about it. So you look at the world and you look at the situations that we go through, and, you know, 8, 9 out of 10 people that you talk to, they're going to say, well, these are intelligent people. They're going to say, you know, there's really nothing you can do about it. Best thing to do is just keep your head down, go along to get along, and just take care of you and your family. You know, I saw a post on Instagram where it said people aren't concerned with fixing the problems with society. They're just concerned with like making enough money so where it doesn't affect them as much, you know, because it doesn't matter where you are on the economic scale, the situations of society affect you. So don't lie to yourself and think that it doesn't. But there is a truth where you can insulate yourself from it to a certain extent, you know, and a good amount of money can go a long way towards doing that. And that's a logical way of thinking, you know. I can't blame anyone for thinking that way. Except I just feel if we had more people who hoped and believed that things can be different, that things can improve, and they actually put forth effort to make things better for more than just their friends and family and themselves, then maybe, just maybe, wish upon a star, it could happen, you know, one day, you know. So back to what I was saying about the crazy leftists. We talk about being progressive, you know, things improving, things not being the same, like dramatic change, like huge changes. And they say, we can't do all of that right now, you know, we can't do that right now, maybe one day or whatever, you know. And that's just like what I was saying a minute ago about they say you can't do it, it's impossible, you know. But the crazy leftists, you know, the ones that believe that, you know, the progressives, the true progressives, the ones that believe things can improve are the ones that push things in that direction and allow them to happen, you know. Later, I'm going to do a segment about May Day, because it's that time. You know, you got Cinco de Mayo, you got Mother's Day, you have May Day, and people don't really know what it's about, but I'm going to go into that in a minute. But that was a crazy leftist idea. So it's like people wanted to have weekends off or whatever. They want to have 2 days off in a row, you know. They wanted to work not 12, 16, 18 hours a day, you know. That was at the time, that was crazy. It'll never happen, you know. And the corporations wasn't pushing for that. They didn't want to allow that. People died to give us the opportunity to have a 2-day weekend and a 40-hour work week. People died for that. The corporations didn't want that to happen. They want you to work and sleep, and that's it. And they don't give a damn about your work-life balance or whatever. And it's crazy because in the world that we live in now, it's like depending on your job, depending on how far you go up on the ladder, that work-life balance thing becomes a real conversation. Like you even talk about it in the interviews. You talk about your work-life balance, actually spending time with the family, taking the kids to sports or whatever it is. You just having relaxing recuperation time, like mental time, but the lower you are on the spectrum, they expect you to just work all the time. And they don't never, work-life balance is not something that even comes into the conversation. Like people that are lower on the spectrum, they never get vacations ever, their weekend off is the best they can get, So like I said, you had people who thought that could never happen. So then these people on a lower spectrum literally didn't get any, they maybe get Sunday off to go to church. That sounds like slavery to me. You know what I'm saying? You get to go to church, and that's about it. And in the modern day today, I see a lot of these companies, and I really like the ones that are closed on Sunday. Regardless of how you feel, you don't have to agree with their religion or whatever, but it's really respectable from my perspective for them to be closed on Sunday. One day out of the week, the company is closed. And that gives the people who work there, a bit of work-life balance. Like they know they're going to be off on Sunday. They can plan things for their family. They can plan to do things. A lot of people don't know when they're going to be off one week to the next or whatever. And it's really difficult to plan your life in that way, And when they're open 7 days a week, there's a chance that you could be working 7 days a week. You got the executives. You have the, let's say, managers or whatever. And they have these swing schedules where they can work 14 days straight, So because the place never closes, so, depending on how the schedules work out, you may end up working 14 days in a row. So, but if you was working for a company that was closed at least one day a week, then you guarantee that day off, even if you're like a manager or whatever, somebody that has to be there all the time. And that's the reason why, the people want to go to college or whatever the hell, or vocational school, or maybe open their own business or whatever. A lot of people's motivation to do that is so that they can work when they want to work, so they can have time off. Like people who, like you get a good job or whatever, and it comes with 6-7 weeks of vacation. It comes with nights and weekends off, it comes with health care, these are the things that you strive to have, that you want, so that you can have a better life. But then you think about it, what about all these other people? It's a lot of people. So they hold this carrot in front of your face, and it's a way for you to run on the hamster wheel, to be in the rat race, chasing cheese, chasing the trap, So they use these other people as leverage, okay? The ones that don't have these opportunities. So then they make it like a benefit to you, like, oh, you get to have this, you get to have weekends off, you get to have health care, so forth and so on. Look, those people over there, they don't get to have it. So, you are doing much better off than them. So, but then that's really a mind fuck that's going on right there. Because, if everyone had the right to health care, weekends off or whatever, then that wouldn't be a carrot for you to work for. You understand what I'm saying? It's a way it also separates people. It makes people feel like they're better than others or whatever. And then a lot of people out here, that's all they really strive for, is to, be better than someone. It's like, long as I'm doing better than them, long as I'm not doing as bad as them, So, and it goes back to the homeless people, you know, um, the homeless person, the person has nowhere to live. And then a lot of people want to say, oh, they're lazy or whatever, they're drug heads or whatever it is, or whatever. But, you know, I think that they're there to remind you and me of what punishment can happen if we don't, you know, work for someone, if we don't, you know, submit, if we don't do whatever our bosses tell us to do, we can end up out there with them. Because we all know, all of us know deep down inside, even when we say, okay, these people are crackheads or whatever the hell, we all know that it can happen to any one of us. You know, if we don't have a family to help support us or someone to pay the bills for us, if we lose our job, you know, if we mess around and catch some kind of case, you know, we all know that. I mean, you're not gonna let it happen. Like me, I'm not gonna let it happen. You know, no matter what, you know, I'm gonna do what I need to do to make sure that that doesn't happen. But we know, I know that it could. You know, unfortunate series of events. You know, I wouldn't allow it. No way. I'm gonna see it coming from a mile away. I'm not gonna allow it to happen. But we know that it's there. There's a chance that it can happen. You make enough mistakes, and boom, you're out there. So that's another thing for you to make you feel better, to make you feel like you're better than others. And there's another carrot. You know, you get to have comfort. You get to have air conditioning. You get to be inside. You know, that I'm going to go into the story about the guy who got strangled. And it's really freaking horrifying to me, the comments online related to this guy. Like, regardless of what you think of this guy, you know, him being homeless or whatever, maybe he was crazy, maybe he was saying mean things to people or whatever it was, maybe he was begging for food, whatever it was. Do y'all think that he deserved to die, like to be strangled to death? Like, the comments online is completely seem like they're forgetting that point, that part. Like, that's the main part. The guy is no longer here. He's dead. His life is gone. Okay. And then they're like, you know, okay, well, he was homeless. Okay. Well, he had 40 prior convictions and all of this, you know, he was begging or whatever. And it's like, wait a minute, hold on. Like, just because the person is homeless doesn't mean they're not human. Doesn't mean that they don't deserve to have their life. You know, the medical examiner declared that the dude's death was a murder. And the person who did it hasn't been, there's been no charges filed, you know? And there's a lot related to this. It shows how little we care about the people who don't have housing and how much we despise them. It's like, they're better off. You think they're better off dead? It's like you don't want to see them is what it is. You know, them being in your vision is a real problem for you, to the point where you're okay with somebody killing them. You're not going to say this out loud, but the comments online tell me this. Anyways, Pat says, yeah, like me, I never know when I'll be off. Yeah, it's a lot of people who don't know when they're going to be off, and that's not cool. You can't schedule your life. You can't plan. You know, it's a punishment. It really is, you know, and they, like I say, they hold the carrot in front of our head, and a lot of people open their own businesses and they feel like that's a way to escape, you know, the mundane rat race or whatever. But then they're in a whole nother realm. You know, they work even more than they would have if they were working on a job. Never off. When you're an entrepreneur, you don't clock out, you know, because that's what people be like, oh, I can't punch a clock. Well, that's fine, but the person that punches a clock gets to clock out, and they get to go home and they get to chill. The person that's an entrepreneur never clocks out. Like, you know, and in our society, you know, we look up to that, and it's cool. You know, we're workaholics or whatever, but still, having a work-life balance is a real luxury, you know, in this country. You know, being able to spend time with your family, being able to pursue your own personal goals. It's like everything that you do has to be related to making money. You know, what if you just want to read some books? What if you just want to travel? What if you want to study something and learn something that don't have anything to do with making money? Like it's just some stuff you're interested in, you know? Maybe you want to make some art, you want to draw some stuff, you want to paint some stuff, you know, you want to create something that don't have anything to do with making money. You just want to have a creative outlet, you know, that fills that part of you that's missing, you know? You never have time for that. And in our society, they don't condone that type of behavior. Like everything's supposed to be towards making more money. So even if you have all your bills paid and you're good, your family's good, everybody is good, you're supposed to still go and make more money because the house is not big enough. The square footage needs to be bigger. You know, you need to have a newer car. You need to have the latest phone. You know, you need to be able to have a yacht or a boat or whatever the hell, you know. You need to have a boat that fits into your boat. You need to have a helicopter. You need to have a plane that can land on your boat. It never effing ends. It never freaking ends. If you're competing with the next person, your competition never ends. You're gonna be always needing more, and you just work and then until you die. And like, what was the point of it all? Is the point of us being alive is just to make money? It's just to stunt on people? It's just to have more things, hoard more things? Is that why we was born? Is that why God put us here? It's really crazy. It's really crazy if you ask me. Anyways, let me see. What do I want to go into first? I want to do something light first because I'm going to get all emotional with the guy who got strangled. I do want to cover that, but should I start with that? Screw it. Let's start with it. 1 second, y'all. Since I mentioned it anyway, let's go into it. And then we'll go into May Day after that, since I mentioned that. May Day is lighter, so maybe I should do that. Hold on, y'all. I'm trying to make a decision here. It's a lot easier when I have somebody here, because while they're talking, I'll be deciding. Let me see. Do I have the May Day video? What's up, Pat? How you feeling, man?
Feeling pretty good, man. How about yourself?
I can't complain. Another day, another dollar.
Well, at least some of us are making dollars.
I know you've been going through it lately. But your ass is rich, so.
Well, you know, I'm just gonna I'll accept that. I'm rich in many ways, but
Yeah.
anyhow, how things going with you, man?
I can't complain. You know, it was finals week. I passed all my classes. I'm feeling good about that. I'm tired, you know. I took a nap today and I didn't realize how tired I was because I came home and I just chilled for a little while and I freaking passed out. And I was like, damn, like where did that come from? And I just was thinking about it. I was like, I was exhausted. I've been doing a lot of stuff. So that's the reason why. So yeah, you know, I passed all my classes. I'm moving forward, you know, really close to wrapping this damn degree up. And I feel good about it.
So you can start a new one.
I know, I ain't gonna lie, that is what I'm thinking. So it is what it is, man. It's there goes my carrot. There goes my rat race right there. You know, I was thinking about getting a high school teaching job. So I might do that.
Now that I would definitely support.
Yeah.
I support you anyway, but I'm just saying you know, some of the other stuff we talked about, you know, I got my reservations for certain things, some of those things. But yeah, man. So what's on the agenda for the night?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm here.
My mic is doing something weird. You can hear me though.
Yeah, I can hear you. Are you hearing me?
I hear you, but it's something weird going on. It sounds weird. I'm gonna play with the mic and then freaking I wanna let's do the Mayday thing. You know about Mayday? You've heard of Mayday?
Yeah, we used to celebrate May Day in elementary school. Um, but after that, there was no more. Like when I heard it this week, it was just kind of like, oh, okay. But you know, I learned some new things because I didn't know the origins.
Yep, I'm gonna play a video on it. And it's not a surprise that we don't celebrate Mayday, you know? It used to be celebrated and it is celebrated in other places around the world. And what's interesting about it is that it started here in the United States and we no longer celebrate it here.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of holidays that we have to question, or maybe not celebrate because, well, and maybe we need to repurpose some of them.
It's definitely the ones that we celebrate and the ones that we don't. There's a reason. There's a reason.
Well,
Absolutely.
well, yeah, but I think too, on some of these holidays, they're meant for us to celebrate, but the purpose in which we think that why we're celebrating it has some dysfunction to it.
Absolutely. That's the reason why I don't care to celebrate like any of the holidays. But May Day is one that I think we should be celebrating, and we don't. Let me start this video and play with my mic. This is a Jimmy Dore clip.
You know what? Just this is just something that's just lingering on my head, and I just want to go and say it. Do you know why there's the April Fool's Day?
I don't remember the history of April Fools. I think it's Greek or it's Roman. It comes from Roman or Greek.
That might. I mean, I'm not sure, but that sounds very possible. But the
Like they
main
killed
reason,
some people. I, just lightly. My memory is light on it, but it's
well,
like I know
well,
something really horrible happened.
well, let me give you this. Let me just say this real quick, because all right, New Year's, January 1st, we celebrate that as the new year because that's when the Europeans expelled and like they supposedly won the war against the Moors. So that's where the new year began for them. April Fool's Day is April Fool's Day because that's when the new year was before the Europeans won, you know, beat the Moors or beat the Muslims, shall I say, the Christians, won a battle or whatever. But however, April Fools is for people who still would recognize that as the new year. They called them a fool because they're not getting along with the program. So it was just really to kind of demonizing, anybody who went along with natural law, um, for what the new year is, when spring begins is when the new year is, and all that kind of stuff. So that's where April Fools came from.
Hmm. Let me play some of this, and I want to mess with my mic because something ain't right with it.
We're going to talk about May Day right now. Here's a great article from Truthdig.
Y'all can hear the video though, right?
I can.
Okay.
Jimmy.
Yeah, this is an old clip. This is when Jimmy Dore was on the Young Turks before he left them.
Oh, see, I didn't know that, Jimmy.
Yeah, he used to be on the Young Turks, and then he really had a problem with what's his name? I can't think of his name because I don't watch that show. Back in the days, I used to watch it. It was better when it started, and then it went in a whole nother direction. And again, they had Jimmy Dore on there back then, and Jimmy left because he didn't like the direction that they were going in, and he basically did his own thing. But this is a really good segment, and I had a hard time finding anything that was good on this topic. That's the reason why this is an old ass video. Anyways, let me play it.
And the headline is Mayday militancy is needed to create the economy we need. I'm all for Mayday militancy. So let's just give you a little background on Mayday. That's really what this article does the best. Did you know that in most of the world, Mayday is a day for workers to unite, but Mayday is not recognized in the United
Come on.
States, even though it originated here. And that's what Steph was just talking about during the break. On May 1st in 1886, more than 300,000 workers in 13,000 businesses across the United States walked off their jobs for the first May Day in history. Can you imagine that happening today?
Great.
Wouldn't that be awesome? Wow. May Day began in 1884
Come on.
when Federation of Organized Trades and Labor Unions proclaimed
Come on.
that their convention that workers themselves would institute an 8-hour day on May 1st, 1886. Wow. That's that's union power. That's the power of collective bargaining. In 1885, they called for protests and
Let me see.
strikes to create the 8-hour workday. May Day was part of a revolt against abusive working conditions that caused
Give me a second, Joe.
poverty wages, poor working conditions, long hours. May Day gained permanence because of the Haymarket rally.
I'm gonna run it back because I think it'll play better now. Sorry, y'all.
Does the best. Did you know that in most of the world, May Day is a day for workers to
Come on.
unite, but May Day is not recognized in the United States, even though it originated here. And that's what Steph was just talking about during the break. On May 1st in
Come on.
1886, more than 300,000 workers in 13,000 businesses across the United States walked off their jobs for the first May Day in history. Can you imagine that happening today?
Great.
Wouldn't that be awesome? Wow. May Day began in 1884 when Federation of Organized Trades and Labor Unions proclaimed that their convention that workers themselves would institute an 8-hour day on May 1st, 1886. Wow. That's union power. That's the power of collective bargaining. In 1885, they called for protests and strikes to create the 8-hour workday. May Day was part of a revolt against abusive working conditions that caused deaths of workers, poverty wages, poor working conditions, and long hours. May Day gained permanence because of the Haymarket rally, which followed. On May 3rd, Chicago police and workers clashed at the McCormick Reaper Works during a strike where locked out steel workers were beaten as they picketed, and 2 unarmed workers were killed. So that's how they usually treat people who are protesting. They beat them, and they'll kill a few of them just so you get the message. And that's what they did at the Haymarket. And I'm from Chicago, and it's amazing how little they talk about this in Chicago. The next day, a rally was held at Haymarket Square to protest the killing and wounding of workers by the police. The rally was peaceful, attended by families with children and the mayor himself. As the crowd dispersed, police attacked. Cops gonna be cops, baby. Cops gonna be cops. They've
1886,
1886.
1986, 2018.
Doesn't matter. Cops gonna be cops. Cops like cracking people's heads. That's why they're cops. They didn't randomly pluck cops out of society. Cops join on purpose because they have a certain mentality. That's the part people don't
Come on.
realize. So police attacked the crowd as they dispersed. A bomb was thrown. No one in the state knows who threw it. And police fired indiscriminately, killing several civilians and wounding 40. One officer was killed by the bomb, and several more died from their own gunfire.
And I'm sure it
by the
wasn't
way,
just black
cops
people.
still have
What? Go ahead. Comments.
I said, I'm sure it wasn't just black people that was happening to.
Yeah, well, this was workers generally. And so, the thing about May Day is, it should be celebrated. And it's the reason why it's not celebrated is because in this country, the unions have been busted up and workers' rights have been, steadily declining. And if we had a day every year that we reminded us that to come together, because that's what they did here, they came together and did a strike. I'm going to cover later, the writers are on strike right now.
But it's counterproductive.
What's counterproductive?
Not from my point of view, but from the point of view of the elites, the powerful.
Right. They want to continue their factories to be going so they can continue to make their money. And that makes sense when you're just looking at things from a point of view of just the bottom line. And that's all that matters. Profit.
And the police will come out and beat their own family's ass. And they're making wages even less than the ones that's out here trying to fight for him to be able to get better wages and better working conditions, and he'll come out here and beat your ass, make you go home because he's programmed to believe that he's doing the right thing.
Right. He thinks he's doing the right thing. Well, he is doing the right thing if you look at it from the perspective of protecting, the corporations, which is really what their job is, and to protect the status quo and to protect the, things being the way that they are, for things not to change, then they are doing their job. And you look at it that way. And so, but for the people, the worker, his only bargaining chip is his labor. You know what I mean? So for him to be able to get the things that he wants, then he has to use his labor as his bargaining chip. So refusing to work is the only way to get what you want as a worker. You know what I mean? You don't have any leverage.
Well, yeah. I mean, the only leverage that he has is his neighbor, his co-workers, his people that's around him. That's the only leverage you have, because once you gain in numbers, when you're doing it just as yourself,
it means nothing. You can just not go to work and they'll be like, fire that guy. But if everybody in the company doesn't go to work that day, then the company is going to be like, hey, we need our damn machines, somebody to come in here and work these damn machines. So what do y'all want?
We haven't gotten AI together to do all this for us yet. So, all right, I guess we compromise.
Yeah. So, but otherwise they'll never compromise, and things are going backwards. The child labor has been in the news lately. A lot of child labor, coming out across the United States. And
well, I don't know if this is something, because that these people, all the things that we're seeing right now and have been seeing that progressively change has been a part of the greater plan. And we argue a lot, but one of the things that I think we do agree on is that it's a one-party state, and both parties, quote unquote, you want to say both parties are utilizing their bases, and they have one, they got geared and angry about this, and the other side, they got them, these other ones all riled up and angry about this other little subject. And they at the top, they still meeting together and saying, all right, well, if we're gonna make this work, all right, well, you know, I know what I gotta do with my people. You know what you gotta do with your people. All right, break.
Yep. And it's but what I want to focus on is that it looks like we're going backwards, because there was a time where we had little bitty kids working in factories like as young as 5 years old and shit,
True.
and nobody cared or whatever. I mean, nobody. And then they got outraged, and then you had the unions come together, and you had the strikes and so forth. And that's what caused those things to change. They would have never changed. The company wasn't going to just be like, oh, you know what? We're being mean by having these little kids in the factory, and they're growing up all mutilated and stuff. So, we're going to stop doing that, and we're just going to pay people fair wages. Like, no.
Well,
And it's never going to happen. And it's still like that to this day. The only
yeah.
way you can get those people to change is by putting pressure on them, forcing them to change. But
Look.
they've busted up the unions. There's no power. The workers have zero power.
No, I mean, and then the thing, see, well, and it's so many things that I could even say about it, because I mean, we're talking about unions. I mean, most of like the corporations, that's their way of making some leeway for making the people feel like they're winning, but then they still control the unions to a certain extent, because the unions will be like lobbyists and still do the bidding for the corporation, while the people feel like, oh well, I'm trying to do what I can do, and what, like.
And that's sad, and that's true. That's true and sad, But you could put pressure. If there's a union, you can still put pressure on them, because if everybody wants to strike, then they can organize it within the union themselves without even the union leadership being necessarily involved. And the thing is, when you have the money going into the union, and they have to do those payouts, so that's what allows people to be able to strike, because people have to live. They're going to have to pay their bills regardless. They're going to have to eat. So if they've been paying these union dues so that they can go on strike and still have an income, so that they can be alive during the strike. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's how it should work. Let me see if this damn video will play.
Guns today. You think at then they would go, maybe we should take guns away from the cops. Maybe we should just do that. Maybe we should have the guns be kept back at the station, and if you need a SWAT, we call. No, every cop gets a gun. Isn't that something? A corrupt trial followed in August, concluding with a biased jury convicting 8 men, though only 3 of them were present at the Haymarket. And those 3 were in full view of all when the bombing occurred. So it was a complete sham trial.
I'm a cop for my own community.
Just like they did with the killer of Michael Brown and the killer. All the DA goes, oh, well, we're going to have a. So 7 received a death sentence. The 8th was sentenced to 15 years. And in the end, 4 were hanged. 1 committed suicide, and the remaining 3 were pardoned 6 years later. The trial shocked workers of the world and led to the annual protest on May Day. The unity of workers on May Day was feared by big business and government. Of course it was. That unity is shown by one of the founders of May Day, Lucy Parsons, who was a Mexican-American, an African-American, and Native American descent. Boy, she could get a college scholarship. Parsons, who was born into slavery, never ceased her work for racial, gender, or labor justice.
And let me ask you, did you ever study her?
No, no, never heard of Lucy Parsons or Albert Parsons. I'm from Chicago. I took a history of Chicago class. They might have taught me about it and I forgot.
Well, there was Alan Parsons project.
Yeah, that's totally different thing. So Parsons was born into slavery never ceased her work for racial, gender, and labor justice. Her partner was Albert Parsons, one of those convicted for the Haymarket and hanged. Solidarity across race and issues frightens the power structure. In 1894, President Grover Cleveland severed May Day from its roots by establishing Labor Day on the first Monday in September after pressure to create a holiday for workers following the Pullman strike. Labor Day was recognized by unions before May Day. The U.S. tried to further wipe May Day from the public's memory by President Dwight Eisenhower proclaiming Law and Order Day on May 1st,
Nice
1958. Yeah, that's the history of May Day. So the powerful fear when the workers unite. They
That's
fear
amazing.
solidarity.
That was 70 years later when Eisenhower did that.
Yeah,
That's how powerful May Day was.
yes.
And now, 70 years later, since Eisenhower did it, we've forgotten all about
We've
May
forgotten
Day.
all about May Day.
Yeah.
It's not Law and Order Day. Law and Order Day.
We forgot about that too.
Law and Order Day. Okay, so now we get back to what happens when unions are decimated in the United States, which has been happening since I don't know, 1976, 1980. You know, people say Jimmy was Ronald Reagan who ushered in neoliberalism, but Jimmy Carter was no friend either to the working man. He deregulated the trucking industry, which was stupid. So now the result is this. The U.S. is ranked 35th out of 37 developed nations in poverty and inequality. Can you imagine that? We're ranked
Yes.
35th out of 37th in poverty and inequality, according to a UN report.
Okay, it's irritating the shit out of me. I'm gonna do a little recap of this video because it's chopping up so fucking much, but I'm gonna read it. It says, in most of the world, May Day is a day for workers to unite, but May Day is not recognized in the United States, even though it originated here. On May 1st, 1886, more than 300,000 workers in 13,000 businesses across the U.S. walked off their jobs for the first day in history. So that's a big deal. Can you imagine if something like that happened today, which it should, it needs to happen. But how would you get together 300,000 workers to strike on the same day? Like, that would be the logistics of that, the way to organize that. And even though we have the tools that we have with the internet and stuff, and that's another thing that makes this amazing because they didn't have all these tools that we have now. But because of the society is so divided, I think it would be extremely difficult to get 300,000 workers to strike on the same day.
Well, I think I mean, I guess it depends because we don't need everybody.
Well, that
'Cause I mean,
wasn't everybody, but that was a good chunk, and it was multiple sectors or multiple different industries that did. Yeah. So yeah.
So I believe it can happen, and you know, honestly, there's I mean, I'm always hearing stuff. You know, I think we're looking at something like that coming up soon. So
They're trying. I mean, like I say, the writers are on strike. The railroad people tried to strike, and then Biden busted that up. You know, there's teachers striking.
And it should be bipartisan. Like that's the thing. Like a lot of this stuff, like some people just like make it into, you know, as much as I, you know, how I see it. I think was when we get down to the solutions, like everything has to be bipartisan. I mean, me recognizing, you know, certain things about different parties is not really, you know, I think that's just me being honest with myself.
And I think most people would agree. I think most people sympathize with the with the teachers. Most people sympathize with the railroad workers and so forth and so on. But you know, it's the way everything is. It's so divided and separated, and everybody is just looking out for themselves, and they're just making it through the day. That the corporations get to win at the end of the day.
Say, bro. I maybe I'm crazy because I mean I know that people who who's like professors and all that kind of stuff, they should make good money, but I think that like elementary, like the teachers that teach our children, that's really in their most developing years. They're like in the years where they're really
They should get paid.
They should be getting paid for that. Where when they're adults and they're learning in colleges, like the college, I mean, they know how to learn already. Really, like you can just the curriculum could be set up and they can just go get the books, and some people might have mentors or whatever. But like a lot of that stuff, I mean, I'm pretty much self-taught. A lot of the things, like I think anybody can do it. You know what I'm saying? Like
if you really want it, but you've been molded or whatever in a direction at that point. So like you saying, the most critical years are those young years. And those teachers should get paid, and they get paid the least. Let me read this. It says it began in 1884 when the Federation of Organized Trades and Labor Unions proclaimed at their convention that workers themselves would institute the 8-hour day on May 1st, 1886. So the workers are the ones who decided, we should have 8-hour workday, and they instituted it themselves. That's what's key to this.
Yeah.
The corporations didn't do it. It was the people made that decision.
And that's the way it's got to be, because I mean, we are the government. We the people is the real government. We call them the government because they're the system that we have put in place, but we're the ones that's got to be the say this is what's going to be and this is what's not going to be. But people are so split and I think misunderstood about like the real laws. Wasn't things that like, because some things just really just need to be enforced. There's not need for new laws for you to feel like they did something. A lot of things that's just inherent in human life, like certain things you don't need extra permission for. It's just but that's a fault of the because we need to bring civics back to schools. For like that's some of the stuff that we need our children to know at an early age, where like how me and you pick up on certain things, like we automatically just drawn to certain things. We might see it different ways, but either way, I think because I took civics when I was a kid, I understand the process way more than when those little conversations come up and you have a chance to talk about it with your kids or whatever.
Let me read this. It says in 1885 they called for protests and strikes to create an 8-hour workday. May Day was part of a revolt against abusive working conditions that caused deaths of workers, poverty, wages, poor working conditions, and longer hours. And I would add child labor to that too.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think we got to realize, because that was something I was thinking about earlier, because I mean, like with China, that's some of the stuff that they're dealing with right now, and that's in their growth. So it's like some of the same things that we did as a country was very well the same thing. Like my parents were growing up, like they only went to school certain parts of the year because they had to work. And it wasn't really slavery. We had a farm and we're growing food and this, that, and the other. People, that's got to get done. Me learning about what's happening in some Timbuktu just wasn't quite as important as making sure we got food through the winter. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And
that's understandable, because that's not working for another corporation and working in a factory in a hole for 12 hours in the same position as a little
Yeah.
kid because you're the only one that can fit in the little spot. Anyways, let me read this. It says, May Day gained prominence because of the Haymarket rally which followed. On May 3rd, Chicago police and workers clashed at the McCormick Reaper Works during a strike where locked out steelworkers were beaten as they picketed and 2 unarmed workers were killed. So that incident is what led to the next stuff. So hold on, let me see.
Talking about when the cops started whooping ass.
Yeah. Well, they was already with that. They killed two workers were killed. And let me see. It says the next day, a rally was held at Haymarket Square to protest the killing and wounding of workers by police. The rally was peaceful, attended by families with children and the mayor himself. As the crowd dispersed, police attacked. Hold on, let me see. And what's killer about this is like, I don't want to say it wrong, but it was like the union leader or whatever. He was killed, and when they was talking about the bomb, and then later on, everybody was acquitted. The people who didn't get hung or killed or whatever as a result of it all, they got acquitted because they didn't even know who threw the bomb. It was probably a damn setup, controlled opposition. It was, just to cause, make it, because that happens so much. And so, but it effectively squashed the resistance, if you will. They killed off all of the major people who was involved. Okay, let me read this. It says a bomb was thrown. No one to this day knows who threw it, and police fired indiscriminately into the crowd, killing several civilians and wounding 40. One officer was killed by the bomb, and several more died from their own gunfire. So there's a reason why we don't celebrate this day, and it should be remembered to remind us of what happened and what's happening today and what we should do about it, Let me read this one. It says the corrupt trial followed in August and concluded with a biased jury convicting 8 men, though only 3 of them were present at Haymarket, and those 3 were in full view of all when the bombing occurred. Let me see. It says 7 received the death sentence. The 8 was sentenced to 15 years, and in the end, 4 were hanged. 1 committed suicide, and the remaining 3 were pardoned 6 years later. The trial shocked workers of the world and led to annual protests on May Day, which has been forgotten about and which doesn't happen and which should happen. They didn't teach me about none of this stuff. And I've been to school forever.
Well, see, and that's the weird thing because, me growing up in Louisiana, they were still doing it. And I think that there's been times, I don't know about like real recent years, but like I've actually seen where they had it still practicing it at the school that I went to in Louisiana, because the school is right across from my mom's house, and I just happened to be there during that time. Like that little program, the run with the sack
and I remember a little bit when I was young, May Day, when I was probably in elementary school, but that shit completely went away.
And this is what they called May Day. And it was usually at the end of the school year, when we would do it. And it was a bit fun, it was fun, you know what I'm saying? Like a bunch of different little games and stuff like that. So
let me read this one. It says the unity of workers on May Day was feared by big business and government. That unity is shown by one of the founders of May Day, Lucy Parsons, who was of Mexican American, African American, and Native American descent. It says Parson, who was born into slavery, never ceased her work for racial, gender, and labor justice. Her partner was Albert Parsons, one of those convicted for Haymarket and hanged. Hold on. It says Parsons, who was born into slavery. Okay, I read that. It says solidarity across races and issues frightens this power structure. In 1894, President Grover Cleveland severed May Day from its roots by establishing Labor Day on the first Monday in September after pressure to create a holiday for workers following the Pullman strike. So Labor Day is a result of May Day, but it doesn't have the same connotations of it. It's like they give you the day off for Labor Day. So Labor Day was recognized by unions before May Day. The U.S. tried to further wipe May Day from the public's memory by President Dwight Eisenhower proclaiming Law and Order Day on May 1st, 1958. So bait and switch right there. Hold on, let me see. It's another one. The U.S. is ranked 35th of 37 developed nations in poverty and inequality, according to the UN report. 19 million people live in deep poverty, including 1/4 of all youth. You know, and that's a result of unfair wages. It says the U.S. has returned to pre-20th century non-union working conditions. Chris Hedges writes that workers now must regain the militancy and rebuild the popular organizations that seized power from the capitalists. I hope so. Let me see. Can I play his end of remarks? Because he said something good here at the end. I didn't get to hear. Let me see.
Or maybe they unite with transportation workers. Who knows? Maybe they unite with Uber and Lyft workers. Who knows? Maybe they all get together and they stop the country for a day, because what's happening right now is our government is completely captured by corporations, and it's now legislating against its own people in favor of oligarchs.
Yep, that's what's happening. I don't know if I'm gonna play any more YouTube today because that shit just frustrated the shit out of me, man. Really, really irritating. Let's move on because I'm frustrated with that. What's his name? The guy. Have you heard about the guy, the Michael Jackson impersonator guy who got strangled to death?
Oh, you talking about in the subway thing?
Yeah, it was on the train. Yeah.
Sheesh. I just heard what y'all heard. It's messed up, man.
We're gonna thoroughly cover this. I kind of want to start at the end. Let's work our way backwards on this. So, am I sharing? Let me share this.
Is old boy
I'm
even gonna get indicted? Like, is he gonna get
right now?
any
Nobody's
charges?
no charges right now so far. So let me read this tweet right here. It says, in addition to being a privileged white man who murdered a black man, here's another reason Jordan Neely's murderer hasn't been charged. It says, Daniel Penny is the Subway Strangler. That's his name. And the media hasn't been saying his name much. And then it says, Daniel Penny, 30 years vet of New York State Police. So I'm assuming that that's his father, 30-year vet of New York State Police. So maybe that's why the guy hasn't been charged yet. Because his dad is
a cop.
Yeah, and not just a cop, but the New York cop, and been in there for 30 years. So he's a boss hog.
Yeah.
Here's a clip that they have been playing to kind of discredit the guy who got strangled to death.
Oh shit.
So it says video surfaces.
Victim blaming.
Yeah, exactly. It says video surfaces showing Jordan Neely spewing homophobic slurs before violently attacking someone. It says gay rainbow on your shirt. Look, you're effing drag queen. Look, you're effing the new idol to the left. So this person that tweeted this, and a lot of people are doing this, is like saying, okay, this guy's an idol to the left because, you know, they're mad about him getting strangled to death, you know, and that's just crazy talk. But let's play this video.
Sure, yeah, rainbow.
I'm trying to.
But shirt, yeah, rainbow. Angry Michael. See, Michael? Yo, that guy was crazy. What are you gonna do? 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 I'll call a cop. I'll call a cop. Punch me, nigga. I'll call a cop. You gonna do something? Whoa, swinging, huh? Swinging, man, huh? I'll call a cop. I will. I will. You ain't gonna do nothing. I just stepped on your jacket. I just stepped on your jacket, Michael. Michael, I just stepped on your jacket. See you later. What's up with that, man? What do you think of Michael Jackson, people? He's local like a mesa.
So yeah, so the guy clearly had mental health issues. Okay, so now is that does that justify somebody strangling the guy to death? You know what I mean? That seems like what they're saying. On the internet, that's what they're tweeting. It's like, and that he was homeless and that he's a black guy. It's like he doesn't have no value to society. You know what I mean? He's crazy. He's homeless. Somebody strangled him. It's like, oh, well, good riddance. Society is better off without him, and he's homophobic or whatever. And he says stuff about gay people or whatever. And it's so crazy that they flipped this like that, because otherwise they would be agreeing with everything that this guy is saying in this. They're the main ones who calling people drag queens and all of this. You know what I mean? They're the ones who won't even drink beer. Bud Light. I saw a clip that was at a baseball game, and it showed the concession stands, and the Bud Light concession was empty. Like nobody was buying Bud Light at all. The guys behind the counter were playing with their phone and just chilling because they didn't have nothing to do, because there was nobody in line to buy the Bud Light. So what I'm saying is these people they're so hypocritical with this. And so they're using this as like to say, this guy, the left is championing this guy just because he died or whatever. And so they're attacking him in the way that's saying that so he's homophobic and all of this. And it's like, this is the same stuff that y'all say. Come on, man. Do a better argument.
For real. It's insane some of the things that people will try to justify certain things because they don't really want to face all of the significant issues. Like, because, we fix some of the smaller things. It would also, it'll dwindle up. And just, and work out some of the bigger problems. But, just having some humanity is not, like, just think about it. When you look at it like this, all of the people that's had the negative talk about this dude, this homeless guy who's begging for help and nobody's hearing him. And he's mad because, or just disturbed, or whatever his feelings are, he's angry. Did he really have to die because nobody has patience anymore or cares anymore?
And this story really hits me hard, man. I was thinking about that movie, The Seventh Sign. You remember that movie? So in that movie, it was the guy. They were going to execute this guy because he killed his family, and he said that God told him to do it, but he was born of incest, and he was all kind of messed up physically and mentally as a result of being an incest child. Yeah. And so he killed his parents, and he was going to be executed for the murder of his parents. And it was like the execution of this guy was like the final straw or whatever, like causing the end of humanity or whatever. And then you had the woman who was pregnant in the movie, and she eventually sacrifices herself, her own life, so that her child could be born. And then that's what saved humanity, right? So that made it right or whatever. And it's like thinking about that is like related to the guy this guy who was strangled, and society is like supporting this murder. To me, it makes me think of that movie. That's what it made me think about. It's like kind of like it'll be events like this, like that be the straw that break the camel's back or whatever. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not trying to say the world is coming to an end. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that like
Not literally.
it's events like these that have great significance, even though it's just a small event. You know what I mean? It may just look like a little thing that doesn't really matter in the big picture, but to me, it's like an event like this shows it has much greater impact, a much greater importance symbolically than the actual event itself. So that's what it is. So like, just like in that movie, the guy, you know, because they wanted to, you know, murder him as a result of murdering his family, as a result of his family doing incest and creating him. It's like wrongs all over the place. You know what I mean? Like, how can you know what they say, two wrongs don't make a right. It's like that's not the answer. You know what I mean? Killing him wasn't the answer. It wasn't the right thing to do. You know what I'm saying? And that's where I think that we get lost in society, is these vengeance type of just what we call justice, and it's not. Let me read this. It says, Connor Sturgeon, a white man, murdered 5 people. The media highlighted this. Basketball star, suffered concussions, banker, all-American, middle class, popular, smart, college student. Jordan Neely, a black man, was murdered. The media highlighted this, prior arrest. So they have a clip here that shows the headlines from the same publication. It's Newsweek. So a Newsweek headline, it says, who is Connor Sturgeon? Louisville bank shooter. So he's the guy who murdered all those people because he got fired or whatever and went back to his job and killed all those people. And that's how they did the headline. And this guy, Jordan Neely, the headline goes, Jordan Neely's criminal record, man killed on subway, had 40 prior arrests. So that's the headline, you know? Like, I mean, I don't know if people can see this, how significant this is, and how this guides the perception of people, of our society, of what's okay and what's not okay, what's acceptable, what's not acceptable, who's a victim, who's not a victim. You know what I mean? Who should get a break and who doesn't.
Well, yeah, and that's like the hypocrisy of this. Our people, the like Americans, as not, you know, not as a whole, but at least in part, like we really, like we, you know, especially based on the narrative that's driven around it. And you know, a lot of, you know, we know, like a lot of black people know that when you hear the story, like especially depending on who's involved in it, what part of the story, you know, how to decode it based on, you know, what really happened based on what they're saying in the news. But you know, to be able to, you know, for this not to be, for more people to be upset about what happened to this guy because he's had a bad year, a bad month, a bad whatever, that he had to die for it. Like, it's, they're just showing how inhumane.
Then you are able to defend yourself.
That the world has become, how little we care about people who are freaking homeless. Yeah. Like, it's at the end of the day, he's a human.
And we'll even we'll accept it. And you know, it's a bunch of black people doing the same thing. They're just kind of like, oh, you know, whatever. You know, it's just it's another, you know, human gone.
Let me play this video here. Check it.
By the home.
Because somebody is screaming is not a legally justified reason to kill somebody.
No, hold on,
It's
Ellie.
just not.
Ellie, I didn't say it is, but that's also not what we know that happened. If this man is one of the passengers who felt threatened by the homeless man saying that he was going to hurt them, if that's what the record shows when we get the testimony, and you haven't seen it, so you don't know that that's not what it is, neither do I, that's why we have to have an investigation. If he had a reasonable fear of being assaulted, then you are able to defend yourself reasonably with commensurate force.
Well, no. This man could have
Dude had
pissed
no
his
weapons.
pants, as far as we know. He could have been scared out of his wits. That doesn't give him a reasonable justification for killing somebody. You can only use deadly force when you are met with deadly force. There has been nothing in any record. None of the other passengers, not the man who took the video, has suggested that this man, this homeless man, Jordan Neely, was threatening anybody with deadly force. So to use deadly force against them, and here again, the fact that he's a former Marine and knows exactly how deadly the force he was using could be, the ability to use deadly force against somebody when you are not threatened with deadly force is not a justification for homicide. Is it murder or is it manslaughter? That's more of a legal question. I personally.
So it's like the dude was already neutralized. I mean, you steadily choking him out. I don't know how, as far as you feel threatened, I don't know how he was gonna hurt you, anymore or whatever. And you have people helping him. Like you're not in a position to be feeling like this guy's finna kill you or whatever. You're not justified.
Because of the narrative, it's going the way it's going. But just think of this as this, if people really look at this as the same thing as what happened to George Floyd, they say that he had a bad $20 bill or something, and then cops get called on him and get a foot put on his neck for 8 minutes. Like a $20 counterfeit, is that worth somebody dying? Like that's the kind of mindset that people have to have, regardless of what your criminal record is. Because I know a bunch of people that's done dirt and just never been, they don't have a record, but they done dirt.
It's funny that you say that. There's another clip that's floating around the internet where it's a guy who supposedly passed a fake $20 bill, and the cops were arresting him, and he was struggling with the police, and he was like, "What are y'all doing? Like, what did I do wrong? Why are y'all trying to arrest me or whatever?" And it came out later that the $20 bill wasn't fake; it was real. And they were like, "Oh, you're resisting arrest. That's the reason why we're arresting you." So it's like, okay, wait, hold on.
So I'm unjustly getting arrested, and because that's one of the biggest fights that I'm like, a lot of these cops that they're so one track mind, they're so focused on, okay, you're an enemy, that they can't even think straight enough to assess what's actually happening, or even to listen enough to say, okay, hey, this is a public place, I got a right to be here, I don't have to show you my driver's license. Like I'm seeing, I see these different things where people are showing the law, and these cops really just disobey, or they feel like they're so big and bad that they don't have to back, when they're wrong, to just be go on about your freaking business.
Yeah, so you arrested me for something that's not justifiable. I didn't even have a fake $20 bill, and now you say that you arrested me for resisting arrest. I'm resisting an unlawful arrest, and that's the reason. That's the crime that I'm committing. Come on, help me understand.
Exactly. But there's people that will argue right along with them. It's like, but you should just do it. No, what at what point are we, some of y'all can be little punk ass bitches and not stand up for your rights. But bro, God, we have God-given rights, and we have something that's justified, written in law, so that they don't get stepped on. And then as soon as it gets stepped on, a bunch of y'all don't even have y'all just so scared.
They they say just comply. If he just complied, it wouldn't have happened or whatever. And it's for me, the fear of dying by the police is gonna keep me from, even when I know that they're wrong or whatever. So I'm going to be like, yes sir, no sir, or whatever the hell, and I'm gonna just submit, because I ain't gonna lie, I'm afraid of dying. But I sympathize with the person who is like, wait, hold on, y'all are wrong. Y'all are wrong. Like, what the hell? Like, no, I'm not going to allow you to detain me, and I didn't do anything wrong.
Yeah.
That's
'Cause,
crazy.
I'm getting judged on the street for something that, all right, dude, like my knowledge of the law is much higher than yours, and I get it. And I'm not trying to be combative, but I do expect that I'll have the respect from the officer to at least hear what I'm saying, because I might not be able to quote codes and this, that, and the other, but I'm sure you can get on the radio with somebody and they can maybe help you out with this whole thing. Let's get somebody else to jump in here and somewhat mediate what's happening, because both parties got to be willing to listen. But.
So I have a couple more clips on this. Let me see. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Okay. So it says, this was Jordan Neely, a hungry New Yorker, choked to death by a grinning Marine who is being celebrated as a hero by NYPD and press. His offense, aggressive speech, throwing his jacket on the ground and asking for food and water. It says, Jordan was 30. He deserved to grow old because he was an unhoused black man. He was viewed as inhuman and disposable. Let me read a couple comments. It says, when the poor guy was younger, he testified in court at the murder trial of the man who killed his mother. So I didn't know that. Let me read some more. It says, how is the man who did this feeling now, I wonder? Proud of himself or ashamed? He needs to be charged with a crime. If this is a homicide, as it is now called, then he is the perpetrator. Another comment, it says, another modern day lynching, very reminiscent of George Floyd. The murderers just choked him to death. Once subdued, usually you would let go of that person. Instead, they held on until there's no more life. That's called murder.
Yep.
Another comment, it says, as far as I'm concerned, there is a primary murderer and accomplices as well. This was flat out murder. I have no words. Now Americans think they can kill mentally ill or homeless people. Look at all the bystanders doing absolutely nothing, just sick. Yeah, so this vigilante stuff is getting out of control, and that's the direction that we're going in, and then society feels like they got a freaking honorary badge or whatever when you got the police killing people, and then the people feel like they can do it too, as long as they feel like the person was a criminal or whatever.
Well, no, I mean, which it's messed up. The dude just performed for him in the train, and now, because he's saying, "Hey, look, I'm hungry. Look, I was trying to work for it, and nobody gave me nothing. Like, now I'm asking, like, can somebody give me something?" And then he's just angry because of just life, things that he's dealing with.
And he was probably acting crazy. He was probably cursing people out and being rude or whatever. He's clearly got mental issues.
But how many times has that happened on the train? Because see, I hate to see it happen to anybody, but if this was a white guy that was there performing, doing let's just say the exact same thing, doing Michael Jackson said this, that, and the other, like, would he have been treated the same way or ignored the same way that this guy was?
Yeah, I mean, that's a question. But it's like, the way I look at it, regardless, he's a human, whether he was black, white, whatever, and he also had mental issues, and none of that was enough for him to die like that. He didn't deserve to die.
Yeah, and
Like,
none of us are exempt from any of those things. You know what I'm saying? We all have the potential. Like, we live in America during this day and age. Like, everybody has some level of sickness because of where we, grew up.
and we can, any one of us can end up homeless.
Yes, and that's why I think the empathy for people is important. Like, just sometimes you just guys like, okay, well, what if this was me? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't always have it to give somebody's, break them off or whatever. So I mean, it's gonna be times, but like, nobody on the train had a bottle of water, like a $5 bill to give this dude, or shit, give him, you know what I'm saying, or more. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man.
Let me play
And,
this.
and then he in the middle of New York City. Where
all those
everything is
people.
in.
It's
Well,
like
I'm
it's
saying, not
worse
just
when
all
it's,
those people. It's not just all those people, but it's way more expensive to survive there. Like, people should really understand, and I get it, bro. Like, I ain't trying to, put no charges on just the average person, but at the same time, like, when we can, like, somebody had some crackers or something in their bag. Something.
and when the guy was getting murdered, it seemed like somebody could have intervened.
And that's the other upsetting part, is that, like, nobody stopped this dude. Like, it's like, all right, like, that's enough. But that's the exact same thing that they did with George Floyd.
Well, George Floyd was a little bit different because it was the police, and the police was pushing people back and forcing people to not be able to intervene. And then they got guns and shit.
This dude is getting treated just like the police, bro.
Yeah, but I'm saying that as far as someone intervening in this situation, it would be a lot easier. This is just a regular freaking person. This is not a police officer. He doesn't have a gun as far as we know. So, like, somebody could have freaking intervened. It wasn't like the cops is like threatening to shoot you if you try to intervene. Let me play this. It says, the murder of Jordan Neely is a grim reminder of how we treat the homeless.
That serve this country well, but unfortunately, they're kicking us around like cats and dogs. I don't deserve that. Nobody deserves that.
There is no need to make homeless illegal.
We decided to adopt a housing first model. Instead of asking people to change their lives before we gave them housing, we chose to give them housing along with the supportive services and then allow them to change their lives if they wanted to.
Having a house is the stable base for everything. If you don't have a stable place to live, that's going to be the biggest crisis on your mind every day. Whereas when you're in your own home, that whole level of stress is taken away. And now you can focus on everything else that you need to focus on in your life.
Getting my housing here literally saved.
Tents, tarps, and other temporary shelters will soon be illegal in the city of Manteca.
We're being hemmed down, and we got nowhere to go anymore.
All it's going to do is shuffle it somewhere else. They're not going nowhere.
It is now illegal to sit or lie on the sidewalks in a number of areas across Oahu.
You'd be surprised he's homeless.
I mean, I got a family, he's autistic, and I don't want him out here.
Got homeless twice in 1 year. Just losing our jobs, not being able to pay our bills.
In Fort Lauderdale, 90-year-old man was arrested for feeding the homeless.
A new ordinance that virtually outlaws groups from sharing food with the hungry.
I'm a vet. Serve this country well, but unfortunately, they're kicking us around.
So it says, hashtag justice for Jordan Neely. One of the comments, it says, under the system of capitalism, there is no such thing as human rights. There are only the rights retained by the owners of capital. To make any difference, it is capitalism that must end. Another comment, it says, people are scared because a large percentage are 1 or 2 paychecks away from being in the same positions. It's easier to label them as lazy drug addicts or having mental health problems than people who couldn't make the excessive rent, were laid off, or are barely making enough to feed themselves. Victims of late-stage capitalism seems more fitting. Let me read some more comments. It says, The country gets an F for taking care of the most vulnerable populations. It blames them for their failure to achieve the American dream. I'm from SLC, and it has a policy of tough love, encampment raids that are both illegal civil rights infringements and traumatizing experiences for those involved. Its current mayor makes excuses, but she is well aware of what she and the police chief are doing to these people. Shame on the USA. Another comment, it says, it was never like this, but I don't believe convincing people to be good is working. At this point, I hope anyone for policies like this just becomes completely destitute. This isn't how I want people to learn and understand, but for a lot, I think it's the only way they would. The right doesn't care about the principles they claim to live by. Be the change, do unto others, blessed are thee, bring us your tithe, etc., etc. Time for everyone to live up to the moral standards of our ethical philosophers, whom they preach words of but don't act on. Yeah, we're so hypocritical and be talking about Jesus. You know, one of my titles that I wanted to do is Jesus was a refugee. And if you go by the story of Jesus, then you know that he was a refugee. But look how we treat refugees. So, you know, it's just crazy. You know, it's like, what would Jesus do? Well, you would kill him or choke him out or something. Another comment, it says, hating on the most vulnerable has become way too powerful of a force in the American legislative process. Instead, we should be passing laws preventing the 1% from exploiting the rest of us. Another comment, it says, wow, you can be arrested for feeding the homeless. Well, this person didn't know that. Another comment, it says, a national disgrace. Why treat homeless people of color? What is so effing disgusting? It's by design. People don't write very well these days. Their writing is getting less and less legible. Anyways, what do you think?
I mean, pretty much you know how I feel. I mean, hopefully they change their mind about how they charging this guy. Somebody needs to do something about this, bro. I just don't feel right. I think something is wrong because this is politicized. So, and it's not a Democrat or Republican thing. So, but that's pretty much all I got to say about that, man. I'm halfway. You know, I have to apologize because I'm halfway. I'm getting tired. I'm halfway sleepy, but
I was looking for the freaking one that I mentioned earlier, and I don't see it. The one about the guy with the. Oh wait, I think this is it. The guy with the $20 bill. Let's see if I can find it. And they said it was fake, but it wasn't. I'm talking about resisting arrest. Oh, shoot. I don't see it. I know it was on this page. Yeah, it shit just makes me angry, man. How they treat people and don't care.
no, it's insane. I mean, I don't know. Sometimes I really wonder, like, the things that are important for people and what they go and what they're ready to die for, based compared to what, the same thing that I am. Like, it just seems like it's just way more meaningful. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just certain things that I don't get. Like, I just don't get some of this stuff, bro.
I don't see it. So many of these cases of the same kind of stuff happening over and over and over. And people, you got people that bootleg for the cops, and then no matter what they do, they're always making excuses for them. It's like, not saying that all police are bad, but you got a segment of our society who will never say the police was wrong. Like, they're just saints. They don't ever do nothing wrong. Then they say, well, they got to make it home to their family. Man, get the F out of here with that shit.
Well, what about the people? Like, they can't make it home. Like, you know, cops already, they know that they, you know, by their job that they, you know, things could happen, you know, potentially not make it home tonight. But there's a lot of people who, you know, they feel like that was their biggest intention, was to make it home, but they're not now because of some bull. Even if you don't have a home, at least you figured you'll see tomorrow.
And I don't see it. I don't see what I was looking for. Anyways, that Neely thing is really, really sad.
Yeah, man. Young dude, man.
I just wish that people would have a little more compassion for each other. And, you know, they want to spit on the homeless. And they don't care if they die.
Well, and, you know, I see a lot of this stuff is full circle because, I mean, really a lot of the stuff our governments are doing at home and abroad, like, you know, internationally, domestic, like all the things that they're doing is like, I know the outcome is not like for them to be prosperous, but or, you know, to obtain their entire goals, but they got a lot of people so mind controlled, and they have no idea. Like, like they really be like they believe that that's the best thing, but when you're shutting off other voices that can give you some balance, or just, you know, going into it already believing this person is a liar. You know, because that's, I've been hearing a lot about the, you know, still hearing a lot about the Tucker Carlson stuff, and, you know, people were saying like he was just a liar, he needed to be dealt with. And so I was like, bro, oh, y'all like, oh, have we been hearing the same shit? Or like, you seeing something different than what I've been seeing? You know what I'm saying? Like
a new clip. They've been trying to make Tucker look bad. It's been I want to say it was Fox who leaked this text message. Do I have that?
Bro, the propaganda is so strong right now, bro. Like, and I mean, for me, it's easy to see, but, you know, everybody else, you know, I feel like they because, you know, me, I'm one of those, I didn't get fully indoctrinated like a lot of others, you know. High school, you know, junior high and high school, I kind of did what I was going to do. I went to school when I felt like it, so I'll say. But
yeah, they released another video, a little it was a text message transcript that they leaked to try to make Tucker look bad. But it's not working.
Well, that's the whole thing. And just because he has some affiliation, or at least gives Trump some, you know, like he's giving Trump a voice to some extent, I guess. And that's one of the things that makes him evil, where like they don't even realize all of the truth of what's going on, like, or even consider, like, out of all the stuff that all the other presidents have done, why are they just choosing to pick on this one? Because of his mouth? Like, bro, like, I guarantee you, every other president done said some shit that wasn't expected to get out, or whatever, or that just never got out. That, like, bro, none of them are clean. And it's a problem when you believe that they are, you know, like, especially this point in time, that you can fully trust any of them. But so
Yeah, I'm here. I'm trying to see. I think I have the text right here. Is there gonna? I'm trying to find a good video for it. I think did they say it in here? Hold on. And then the shit is freezing up. So let me see if I can find the transcript of the text. It was like he was like these people were beating up an Antifa person. And he was like, white men don't fight like that. And then he was like, I shouldn't feel this way, but I was hoping that they would beat him up or even kill him. Did you hear that?
who said that?
Tucker said that. Let me see. I'm looking for it right now. I'm struggling with finding it.
Well, let's talk. Wait a minute. Give me the context on this, like, really back, because you just kind of threw me for a loop. Now, Tucker Carlson said that who should get beat up or killed?
It was an Antifa person.
And what crime had they committed?
They hadn't committed no crime. They was is that Doc? Doc, I'm sure he knows what I'm talking about. Doc, what's up? Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Doc.
I can hear you. I'm not sure what's up with Doc.
Oh, he don't have his earphones in yet. What's up, Doc?
Hey.
Did you
What's up,
hear
man?
you heard the text message that they're trying to make Tucker look bad about the thing with the Antifa thing? I know you heard that.
Oh man, I am expecting a full-scale assault on his character and integrity over the next few months.
But that specific event that I'm talking about, you heard about that, right?
I have not really been looking. I haven't really seen anything about Tucker. For some reason, his stuff has not been popping up in my feeds.
It's been all over the place. I don't know how y'all haven't seen it. Let me see if I can find a better source.
Because
for this.
right now I'm getting filled up with the new CDC guidelines for the beer virus.
Yeah, the WHO said that the thing is over. Hold on, let me see if I can find this.
But they're trying to ramp things up for the next thing.
Well, let's see. You no longer have to quarantine if you're exposed. You no longer have to quarantine until you show symptoms. Something else on there, and the big whammy, the same protocol for vaccinated and unvaccinated people. So now, whether you got vaccinated or not means nothing.
Okay, I got it.
Hi, Rory.
CNN Business posted this. I'm gonna just skip through it. It says, but the text remains redacted. At the end of the text, Carlson continued that he does not condone violence. And this is the text. It says, then somewhere deep in my brain, an alarm went off. This isn't good for me. I'm becoming something I don't want to be, Carlson continued. The Antifa creep is a human being. Much as I despise what he says and does, much as I'm sure I'd hate him personally if I knew him, I shouldn't gloat over his suffering. I should be bothered by it. I should remember that somewhere somebody probably loves this kid and would be crushed if he was killed. If I don't care about those things, if I reduce people to their politics, how am I better than he is? That wasn't the bad part of the text. Hold on, let me see. It looks like they didn't freaking put it in here. Hold on. Wait. I think this is it. So it says, in a newly revealed text message, ousted Fox News host Tucker Carlson made a racist comment and said he found himself briefly rooting for a mob of Trump supporters to kill a person. And I think this is the part of the text that says, a couple of weeks ago, I was watching a video of people fighting on the street in Washington. Carlson texted a producer. A group of Trump guys surrounded an Antifa kid and started pounding the living S out of him. It was 3 against 1 at least. Jumping a guy like that is dishonorable, obviously. It's not how white men fight. Yet suddenly I found myself rooting for the mob against the man, hoping they'd hit him harder, kill him. I really wanted them to hurt the kid. I could taste it. It says Carlson sent the text message to one of his producers in the hours after the violent January 6, 2021 insurrection on Capitol Hill. The message was redacted in court filings and was just one of several private conversations collected in a lawsuit filed by Dominion Voting Systems against Fox, a source familiar with the matter confirmed to CNN. What do y'all think?
Then it goes on to explain later down how he's like, yeah, he said that, but after he really started thinking about it, he realized that that's not friggin' cool. And that's part of what started his schism going on with this. It's like he realized he's getting caught up in the wave, in the bandwagon. And no offense, I kind of agree with both parts of what he said about it. I really enjoy watching the Antifa people getting the crap kicked out of them. But on the other hand, why are we having to take it to that point at all? Why is violence an acceptable solution? It's never been an acceptable solution all the time I was growing up. But all of a sudden now violence is the answer. It's disturbing.
Not only is it the answer, but it's like championed and condoned. Because we were just talking about the Neely guy on the subway, and that's the same thing with this guy. I mean, the public seems like they're totally okay with this guy being killed, regardless of the situation.
No, they hurt him. They didn't kill him on this one.
Yeah. No, I was comparing it to the Neely guy, the guy on the subway, the Michael Jackson impersonator guy. I'm sure you heard of that one. It's been all over everywhere. Like that's the big story of right now in the news cycles. And we just did a whole segment on that one. Try to decide on where I want to go now, because the Tucker thing was just a little side story.
Yeah, we lost a server, so I haven't been able to keep up with stuff like I normally do. Matter of fact, I've only got one page of notes for the whole weekend right now.
Yeah, I sent a lot of videos this week, but freaking YouTube is not fucking playing right. I wanted to cover the one about the history of education. Did y'all get to watch that video? The education one.
I think I did. If I see it, I know for sure. But
it was
I think
showing,
I did.
Yeah, it was showing like Rockefeller and them pouring money into the public schools and all of that. They want to create a nation of workers, not a nation of thinkers. Shit. I really want to play something off of this, but I'm probably not, because YouTube is irritating the shit out of me. Anyways, let's do this. China gets a bad rap on a lot of stuff, and we don't get to see the whole picture related to this. This guy posted this. He said, I recently visited a coal mine in Yulin, Shanghai, China. I was more than impressed by the facilities provided free of charge for the workers. Mainstream media don't seem to show this type of content. I wonder why. Hold on, I'm not sharing, huh? Hold on. My bad. Let me share this. A lot of what we get about China, a lot of it is propaganda. Not to say that I'm a fan of China. It's just that over here in the United States, we don't get, it's a certain perspective that they want us to have. So it's only certain information that they share. Let me play this.
I can't believe that this is the sort of campus of a mining company. Just blows my mind, man. It's like a miniature city. So cool. Honestly, I can't get my breath. These are all the facilities that are provided for the workers at this mine. These are like world-class sports facilities, man. Eh? It's amazing. Yeah.
I can't help but to wonder if these are just the executives. I wonder if all the employees that work there get to partake in these facilities, or is it just the higher end people?
That's a Japanese company?
No, this is in China, Shanghai. It says a coal mine.
Were that in China or were that in Japan? Yes, all of the employees would be allowed to use those facilities, or they would have similar facilities for all of them. I don't know about China.
Yeah. So, well, that's in China. So, I was just saying that, you know, a lot of what we get about China is just skewed. Let me read this one. It says, when everything you've been told just doesn't match with what your own eyes, lying eyes tell you. It says, Italian father visiting China for the first time, Hangzhou, Zhejiang province. He can't help but ask, what jobs do Chinese work? Why are there so many luxury cars? I've never seen this many luxury cars in Italy. Why are there no beggars and homeless at all? Can't even see one.
Certo che bella questa band.
So what language does he speak?
对，在欧洲车好车的不是很多。在欧洲很多人不理解，就是在欧洲其实车都是一些很便宜的车，能开保时捷的很难。
Well, I have to say, just because they're walking around looking at luxury cars doesn't mean that everybody has luxury cars over there. I mean, you go to a nice area.
Look at where they're at.
Yeah, you go to a nice area here in Houston.
They're walking past Prada, dude.
All you're gonna see is luxury cars too. So
ain't no beaters gonna be there. Say nobody drives a hoopty to Prada.
And
well,
also,
I don't know. Actually, we do here in America.
Because our priorities be all mixed up.
They want that Prada bag. They don't care if they're driving a friggin' hoopty.
Yeah. And as far as the homeless beggars and stuff, they keep those out of those really nice areas like that.
They have camps for them specifically.
Yeah, they're gonna, if you look too shabby, they're already gonna be harassing you right off Jump Street.
Dude, you understand that they're based on a social credit system, things like facial recognition to the degree of they can see you walking across the street and say you jaywalk. They don't even bother with tickets and stuff. They just automatically deduct it from your bank account right there.
So let me play this one. It says the vice president of the U.S. came to Zambia and everything was from China. It says the U.S. badmouthed China in a building built by China in Africa. Let me play this.
Vice President of the US came to Zambia, landed at a Chinese-built airport in Zambia, moved on a Chinese-built road in Zambia. The venue of this summit was actually a gift to Zambia by the Chinese government. And the key agenda of this summit was to curb Africa's cooperation with China in a Chinese gift to the African continent. Vice President of the US came to Zambia, landed at a Chinese-built airport in Zambia, moved on a Chinese-built road in Zambia. The venue of this summit was actually a gift to Zambia by the Chinese government. And the key agenda of this summit was to curb Africa's cooperation with China in a Chinese gift to the African continent.
Yeah, so how are you going to get these people to curb their cooperation with China? And China's giving them all these gifts and built all this stuff for them. And you coming from the U.S. and tell them to.
Well, you see what the potato in chief decided to do. He thought was a good idea. He sent Kamala.
Yeah, I think that's what that was. I think they were talking about Kamala in this one.
Absolutely. This is one I know about because I actually got to see some of her speech there. She is smashed, dude. Almost every public speech she's been making lately, I guarantee you, where she were asking for a drink at your table, you would give her water and tell her to ask later. Hey, you need a little bread or something like that?
Yeah, I give her some food and be like, you need to eat something, man.
Dude, she was speaking with that drunken canter worse than Pelosi does.
Yeah. See,
I mean,
Pelosi is a professional alcoholic.
She's alcohol and pills. That's a different vibe. That's that really crazy shake and those weird skeleton fingers she has.
Yeah. And then look in her eye.
Kamala hasn't had the good drugs as long now. She's just been in the upper levels of government recently.
Yeah, so maybe she's not in on the crowd yet. They're not sharing their drugs with her.
She hasn't had the dosage long enough for it to affect her like that.
Yeah.
And it seems like they're still working on the potato and chiefs dosage. I wish they'd hurry up and get it right, though.
Man, everybody is
the man got lost on stage the other day.
Yeah.
I mean, literally got lost. Which way? He was asking, which way do I go?
Yeah, he'd definitely be buzzing. I think a lot of those gaffes that happens aren't necessarily from dementia. It's just buzzing.
It seems to me like he's got something, I do some of the same things. I'll start looking for that word. The word doesn't come. And things like that, but his seems to be really exasperated. I mean, he really looks out of it 90% of the time. Once in a while, you can hear the strength in his voice, and you can see the snap. But those are getting fewer and far between. I worry about him. Like the people that were trying to, like I was worrying about Kanye West when the people around him were telling him to run for president.
Yeah. I really don't think Biden has another 4 years in him to do the presidency.
I'll tell you the truth. I think the only reason they didn't bump him out at the end of 2 was because she went off the rails and couldn't handle it. No one likes her. And she was going to end up turning the world against us quicker than potato and chief.
Well, like I was saying before, I mean, she's still going to be next in line. If Biden does his 8, then Kamala will be next.
And still, any time, as long as he makes 2 years, she can finish out the term and legally still run for 2 more terms.
Yeah.
You can spend a total of, by the current laws, with all that, you can spend 10 years as president.
Yeah, imagine having Kamala as the president for 10 years.
Hell, imagine having just Democrats alone, man. It needs to switch up at least every 8 years. one side.
I think that's part of the problem. I think that's part of the reason why not condoning the Democrats in any way, but the way it flops back and forth, they get to point fingers at the other side and say that, oh, we're just trying to clean up the mess that they made, and nothing gets done every time.
But
no improvement. Everything just stays the same.
But neither side is going to improve anything.
I agree with that too.
Both the full agenda of both sides, if played out, is ruinous in one direction or ruinous in another.
Well, but if one side was in there long enough, they couldn't use that excuse of oh, we're just trying to clean up after the other guy. They couldn't use been in there for 10 years. Then you'd be like, hey, what the hell have you done, bro? What are you doing?
Why bother? Why bother when you've got groups today that are like, you still haven't cleaned up after the Civil War. You still haven't cleaned up after the Revolutionary War. We weren't really fighting a revolutionary war. The king was funding both sides.
Let me play this clip. It says Russian and Ukraine representatives broke out into a physical fight while attending a conference in Turkey.
They're gonna fight for this flag.
The guy was holding up the Ukrainian flag, and the other guy went over there and snatched the flag out of his hand. And then the other guy, see, check it out. Snatched the flag. The guy wasn't feeling that. Pretty much socked him like 2 or 3 times. These are government officials behaving this way.
Hey, like I said, that'd be a good way of getting some of these older friggers out of the office. Say, I'm sorry, I would represent you guys for a couple of years, but I'm tired of getting pounded on.
Yeah. They're supposed to be they're supposed to represent civility or whatever, they're supposed to set a good example for everyone.
Say, all of a sudden, Jesse Ventura would be a real good choice for congressman again.
The what's his name was going around the thing with damn it, what's the name of that movie? God damn it, my brain just went blank. The movie with the guy who is supposed to be in the future, everybody is dumb. Idiocracy. And what's his name? The one that ran for president, the black guy. And he was rolling around 2024 with they must have been doing a promotion for something. I wouldn't be surprised if they did a sequel. I would love to see a sequel to that movie. I don't know how you would do it, but
I got you a good bit of trivia on that. Do you remember the shoes that everyone was wearing in the future?
Right, I saw that too. The Crocs. I saw that.
Okay, so when they made this movie, they looked everywhere they could to find the dumbest looking shoe that they could, and they found this little startup company called Crocs. So they ordered a ton of their shoes because they were the dumbest looking shoe that they had ever seen. And now 20 years later, they're one of the hottest friggin' styles around, which I still don't understand because they're still the dumbest shoe I've ever seen.
I agree with you. I hate those shoes. They're for like cleaning up.
Dude, the only people that should be wearing them I've seen are cooks wearing them, and not the ones with the open holes in them, because they're really good kitchen shoes for service.
That's
if you
what I'm
don't
saying.
get the
Cleaning, painting, something like that, and the perfect shoes. But I don't understand the trends. Whoever freaking marketed that shit was a genius, because
Dude, I'd rather see a girl in Uggs than a girl in Crocs.
I don't like those. I think they're stupid too, and it's so crazy. I mean, I saw that clip too. It went down my timeline about how that history related to that, and the lady was like, "There's no way this shoe is going to become popular or whatever. There's no way." But and then there goes another thing. It feels like we're living in idiocracy right now. Like, how many things did that movie get right? And it was just like a comedy satire movie. They wasn't trying to predict the damn future, but shit. Let's talk about Clarence Thomas, man. It says the person appointed to uphold the rules of law doesn't think he's beholden to it, but we all know why that's the case.
Right-wing activist Ginny Thomas is compromised. Justice Clarence Thomas is compromised. On January
Worry about what's coming.
and the lead up to 19th, 2022, Thomas was the only Supreme Court justice willing to help Trump and his allies hide from justice over the January 6th insurrection. Thomas did not hide that he was willing to grant Trump's request for secrecy, but it wasn't just to protect Trump and his conspirators. It was to protect his wife, Ginny Thomas. A radical right-wing activist, Ginny Thomas has openly applauded rebellion in the
I
past.
think people are rebelling and there's a big tidal wave coming. I think the Democrats are pretty worried about what's coming.
And the lead up to January 6th was no different. Ginny Thomas used her direct line to Trump's White House to push for the overturning of a free and fair election, even attending the rally that would ultimately end in an attack on the U.S. Capitol. None of this would be known if Justice Thomas had gotten his way. The January 6th Commission can't do their job if one of the most powerful men in the country is using his seat to protect his best friend. Clarence Thomas must recuse himself because he took an oath to protect the Constitution, not his wife.
Wow, that was super extra and overblown.
That sounded like a very generic campaign ad. Oh, we're going to say he did some stuff like this, but we're just going to leave it very generic, non-specific, because, well, bad man.
Yeah, they didn't give much information at all, really. Like,
he's a friend of Trump. Orange man bad.
Yeah, that's what it sounded like. That's all I heard too. But there's a lot of stuff.
And hey, we all agree that he's, and that there's some stuff that he's judged on that he shouldn't have been part of.
Yeah, stuff keeps coming out. All the gifts he was receiving. I thought they were going to talk about that. I mean, they had some stuff that they could talk about, but they didn't freaking put it in there. That's why our media sucks.
See, I never share or anything on stuff like that. I mean, I'm not going to increase generic dissonance. Now, if it had some specifics in it, heck yeah, man, I'd share that quick.
Yeah, I'm really careful about what I share on Instagram, but on Twitter, I don't really care because it's fucking Twitter. And I'll be getting ready for the show, and a lot of times I just don't have time. Like, I didn't even listen to that. This is my first time hearing it. I just saw the headline and I retweeted it so that I could use it in the show.
Lincoln Project started out really, really good, but they jumped up on the bandwagon quite a bit too.
Yeah.
I mean, I actually used to use them for sources quite a bit.
I had a number of things that I wanted to cover, but they're all on YouTube, and YouTube keeps freezing up and it's pissing me off. So it's kind of got me stuck right now. Oh, the child labor stuff. Have you been hearing about that?
The changes that they made and stuff.
Just
the ones we were talking about a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, and like all these companies are getting in trouble. They're getting caught having young children working for them outside of the law, outside of the parameters that they should be working. It's happening all across the nation. I think it's a topic that we need to talk about because I feel like we're going backwards with a lot of things. Earlier, we were talking about May Day and how we don't celebrate it, and most people don't even know.
I was on the road during that. I was listening there.
Yeah, we don't celebrate May Day, and people don't even know anything about it. And I think that this is another example of how we're going backwards with workers' rights and unions and so forth and so on with the child labor. You know, it's these companies want to make money, and that's what it is, profit over everything. So hiring some kids and paying them crap and making them work a bunch of hours is not something that they feel like is a bad thing. You know.
Well, see, I remember if they were going to do that, they'd go to the high schools and stuff and hire us through the programs, the work programs, and then pay us student wages.
Yeah, but those would be limited. It'll be like 4 hours at a time, or it'll be during the summer and stuff like that. This stuff with like McDonald's, the kids is working all kinds of crazy, a lot of hours, overnight, and all of this stuff. Like, that's against the law, actually. That's why they're in trouble.
Yeah. I'm sorry, but I'm sorry. If you're under 18, you shouldn't be working. You shouldn't be at a job after 11 at night at worst. Excuse me. You should be able to be home by 11.
Yeah, I think the law is 8 or 10. There's a specific time.
I want to say
they're not supposed to work past.
I want to say 10 o'clock on clock hours, and like 11 on weekends.
So, but a lot of these companies aren't following this, and they're getting in trouble. But
and again, that's also altered from state to state too, because there's the federal labor law, which is pretty wide open, and then there's a state by state, because there's some states that allow, especially farming states, that allow, you know, overtime for high school age kids but if they do that, quite often that's during certain seasons, like planting season, harvest season only. Well, and those normally coincide with school breaks anyway.
Well, this shows how much the corporations have control over the government. So let me read this. This is Washington Post. They said Iowa Governor Kim Reynolds will sign a bill to roll back labor protections for children, allowing them to work longer hours and take jobs that have been prohibited, including allowing 16-year-olds to serve alcohol in restaurants with parental permission. Do they have the article? Yes. Let's look at this article.
So I'm not up for 16 on that. I can see a 17-year-old, you know, taking a beer to a table. But no, 16 is very, very uncomfortable.
Yeah, man. I mean,
especially considering they're going to be hiring the 16-year-old little hotties over the 16-year-old boys. So they're literally going to have little 16-year-old hotties trying to deliver alcohol. I'm not comfortable with that. I'll punch a customer. Thankfully, I work in a restaurant now and not a bar. Because if my bar owner hired a 16-year-old chick to start tending bar and stuff like that, I would lose my freaking mind.
They're making me fucking do a damn subscription or some shit. Hey,
I got a question. So if it's illegal to support a criminal or terrorist group, does that mean we can all stop paying taxes?
That's interesting. You'd have to determine that, you know, the government is acting in a criminal manner.
Well, I believe we've been covering that pretty well the last couple of years.
Yeah. Yeah, you'd have to establish it with legal ways.
Let's put it this way: people may not completely agree with it, but not any of them are going to deny it.
Let me read this. It says, Iowa governor will sign bill rolling back labor protections for children. The measure is the latest in a raft of legislation in several states that aims to loosen restrictions on youth employment. It's by Jacob Bogash, May 4th, 2023. So let's see. Iowa Governor Kim Reynolds on Thursday said she will sign a bill to roll back labor protections for children, allowing them to work longer hours and take jobs that have been prohibited. The measure will permit children as young as 14 to work in roofing, construction, and demolition, provided they are part of educational or apprenticeship programs and a parent has granted permission for the work. They would also be allowed to do light assembly work and assist customers in business that sell fireworks as long as no machines are present. The legislation eliminates state regulations on the number of hours 16 and 17-year-olds can work and allows them to serve alcohol in restaurants with parental permission. It also bars workers younger than 18 from working in establishments where nude or topless dancing is performed.
That's good.
The bill lifts unnecessary restrictions on minors who wish to work and creates new opportunities for young people to work to get ahead in life or save money for college, Reynolds said in a statement to the Washington Post. Iowans are proud to be known for our strong work ethic, and we want to instill those same values in the next generation, Reynolds said. State legislators gave the bill final approval Wednesday evening in mostly party line votes in the state Senate. 2 Republicans joined Democrats in opposition. The measure, championed by conservative lobbying groups, the State Restaurant Association, and the State Industry Group for Home Builders, among others, is the latest in a raft of state measures passed or under consideration that loosen restrictions on minors' work. A law passed in Arkansas in March eliminated work permits and age verification requirements for workers younger than 16, and similar legislation is advancing in Missouri. Other child labor proposals have been introduced in Minnesota, Ohio, and Georgia. Wisconsin legislators on Monday introduced a bill to allow children as young as 14 to serve alcohol in restaurants. Opponents of the Iowa bill said it will put children in dangerous occupations at a young age and stunt their educational development. Do I want my 16-year-old operating a power saw as a job? No, I don't, Charlie Wishman, president of the Iowa branch of the AFL-CIO, said in the interview. Debbie Berkowitz, a fellow at Georgetown University, Kalmanovitz Initiative for Labor and the Working Poor, described the Iowa measure as the most anti-child, anti-family bill that I've seen related to child labor. This law is an ideological solution when there is no problem, she said. Supporters, meanwhile, have cheered the legislation as a potential solution to workforce shortages and rising labor costs. The Foundation for Government Accountability and conservative policy group that lobbied on the bill and legislation in Missouri and Arkansas has called teens a critical source of labor. Dan Zumbach, a member of the Iowa Senate, said the bill gives children opportunities to learn about new professions and gain workforce experience. I was almost begging to go to work at age 5, he said Wednesday on the Senate floor. I wanted to let folks know that I knew how to work. We have sheltered our kids so much they've forgotten how to do one of the things we're all training them to do, and that's how to work. And they will learn some jobs that they never want to do again. He said, I was begging for work at age 5. Get the F out of here. Get all the way the F out of here with that bullshit.
Say, how fragged up does your family have to be for you wanting to work to get out the house at age of 5?
Yeah, 5-year-old is worried about playing with some toys or some shit, playing video games, man.
Well, he was obviously trying to save for his own place and a career in college because he obviously wanted out of that house.
Yeah, I'm telling you, he's like, I'm going to get out of here as early as I can. Shit, I want to start working now. This is some bullshit. That's funny, man. Did people fix their mouth to say this stuff and they act like they really fucking believe it?
He's conflating the idea of handing his dad tools in the garage with wanting to work.
Yeah.
Bonding time with dad while working on a car. That's not wanting to work. That's wanting to spend time with your dad, man. Or mom.
They said children
or whatever.
As 14 to work in roofing, construction, and demolition. It said provided that they are part of an educational apprentice program and parent granted permission, but still, I don't want to see no 14-year-olds on a roof.
Oh no, they won't put the young ones on the roof doing that stuff. They'll have them hauling the shingle. They'll have them doing all the hard labor. They'll have them doing the beast of burden stuff, the unskilled labor.
To work roofing, then somebody's gonna put the damn kid on the damn roof.
No, they won't. That's the whole idea. The adults stay on the roof and do that part, and the kids do all the hard work of moving the shingles up the roof, tearing up the roof and throwing it off at first. They're doing all that while the adults just start spreading it out and going pop, pop, pop with the hammers, which is the part that actually takes the skill and knowing how to lay it and all that. That's what apprentices do. The scut work. They're general laborers.
Yeah.
But no, I still don't. I don't like the idea of roofing. Demolition, as the word sounds scary. It's not like they're going to be working with explosives. But I mean, I was 14 and 15 working tearing houses down and
That's a
getting
lot
paid
of
for it.
hazardous materials and dangerous environment.
I mean, basically all we did was take sledgehammers and pull out kitchen fixtures, break holes in walls where they're going to put doors in. And then they actually came in with power tools and stuff after we did the labor work and all of that, because you couldn't touch power tools.
And the lady said, Iowans are proud to be known for our strong work ethic, and we want to instill those same values in the next generation. Come on, man. Come on, man. It says the measure championed by conservative lobbying groups, the State Restaurant Association, and the State Industry Group for Home Buildings. Of course. I mean, they're going to benefit from it.
Dude, these restaurant people are the same people that have kept us at $2.13 an hour since 1991.
Telling you, they don't want to pay nobody. They want.
I mean, shit. Minimum wage has gone up 3-4 times since 1991, yet server pay has stayed the same.
Yep.
Say right now, going by $7.25 an hour, servers should be getting $3.62. Half of minimum wage. And I'm not opposed to that. I make good money at $2.13 an hour. But, come tax time, I don't get money back like most people do. Hardly any of us do. Matter of fact, if a lot of us haven't saved up, not only do we have a huge bill, we have a huge bill going into the slowest 3 or 4 months of the year.
Yeah.
So they take more out of our taxes. We get paid less, and we're trying to pay back the tax bill that we got racked up because we don't make enough for them to take enough out of our taxes.
And it says, supporters, meanwhile, have cheered the legislation as a potential solution to workforce shortages and rising labor costs. So, okay, they don't want to pay people, so people don't want to work. So, okay, we'll just get the teenagers, we'll get the kids. And it says rising labor costs. Rising labor costs. So freaking
that's the worst excuse in the world for all of this.
They're forcing us to pay people fair wages. So screw that. Let's just get some kids in there. We don't have to pay them. Bruh. That's really, really horrible. Like I say, I feel like we're going backwards, man. We're going backwards. There was a reason why you had the movements where they got the kids, because wasn't it like, I remember this story in one of my classes where it was this guy, I think it was, where was it at? In the southern United States, or it might have been Mexico. The kid was working in a factory from a small age, and he developed these physical freaking abnormalities. He didn't grow properly. He ended up being like a midget and all of this. He died early too. He died at a young age. And he ended up being like an advocate or whatever, fighting for, to keep children from working in these factories and so forth and so on. And like, they wanted to kill this guy, because he was loud, he did some journalism stuff. And they were searching for this guy. You know, so you know, they had like little kids working in a little bitty box because it was like a machine where the little kid could, the only one that could fit in there, and they would be in there for 12, 14, 16, 18 hours a day, working in this position, and it would cause them to be hunched over, and they didn't grow right, and they were breathing in these toxic materials and stuff. It was a reason why these laws came about, to keep these companies from doing this stuff. So it's like what I was saying earlier, is that these companies are going to do this if they can get away with it, so that they can make more money. It's their profit. They don't care. So you have to have laws in place to keep these corporations from, you know, exploiting people. You know what I'm saying? And like I say, I feel like we're going backwards. The corporations got their hands in the legislations, and they're just passing laws that benefit these companies so that they can, you know, exploit people and make more profits. And then it puts pressure on the regular workers, because the regular workers trying to get regular money, an adult trying to have a job, is now competing with these children. And
It's not even that. In a dangerous job, you've got all these high-end, these professional workers. They're going to be paying less attention to both their job quality and their own safety, because they're going to be watching out for these kids, because you can't not do that. I mean, people aren't just going to ignore the fact that there's a kid there. Other people won't. You know, it's not even the foremen and stuff that are going to be the ones with that. It's the corporate, it's the big corporate guys are the ones that aren't going to care.
Well,
and that's going to reduce job quality. It's going to make jobs take longer, and then they're going to be like, well, we're going to have to find something else. We may have to let them work overtime now because things aren't getting done in time, and we got to work. We got to make things quicker.
And overall, it's going to be
we're missing our
pressure.
time bonus.
Overall, it's going to be a downward pressure on the wages
and
for
we
everyone.
know we know where pressure goes as far as labor goes. It always goes to the lowest end, lowest paying.
And those people are going to get paid less or lose their job, because they're going to be like, man, I don't want to get paid this little bit amount of money for what y'all got me doing. And they're going to be like, well, that's fine. We got the 17-year-old standing right behind you who's willing to do it. So go home, get the hell out of here. You're fired. Matter of fact, you're fired.
Well, no, because they can't do that. They can't do that. These kids, they're picking up the grunt labor. They're not going to be picking up the skilled labor. They're going to be first level apprentice program and stuff like that, which basically means if they're doing, say, landscaping, they're going to have the rake and the hand hoe. They're not even going to be able to use the blower or the weed eater.
Yeah, man, it's not good. It's not a good direction.
Literally, then, because they're not skilled, they can work the kids till the kids are sick of it, and they go, "We quit. Fine. We'll just call up your school, tell them that you quit, and they're going to kick you out of your program."
Yeah, so it's going to open up opportunities for more abuse. You know, you think that if the laws are softer.
I had a sales job through the work thing when I was in high school, and they wanted me to lie to people, and I wouldn't do it. So to make sales, they wanted me to lie to people, and I didn't sit with that. So they fired me and filed a thing that said that I was incapable of working a normal job. So they stopped sending me on interviews and kicked me out of the program, and then made me, after 4 months, I had to pick 3 classes and then catch up or fail.
Yeah, so, you know, if the laws are, the corporations are always going to push past the law. You know what I mean? They're always going to push it to the limit as far as they can go and beyond. So when the laws are softer, then they're going to push even further. Like, you know, if they say it's legal for them to be 14 to do whatever, then they're going to be hiring people 12 or whatever. You know what I mean? What I'm saying is, it gives more opportunity for the corporations to be even more exploitative. I can't talk today.
No, they're trying to get the law moved down to what they're doing. So when the lawsuits for this hit, well, see, we're in compliance, and they'll use the fact that they're in compliance now to try to deflect any legal compliance they get fined for or come after them for from before. It's like, oh yeah, they've been doing it for 4 years. The law changes this year. Oh, well, see, we're compliant with the law. Nothing to see here. You don't need to look at the last 4 years of our books.
Yeah, it's like it's legal now, so shut up. Let me cover this one right quick. It says 20 years in prison for posting a flyer. It says this dystopian nightmare system we all inherited is only going to get worse until we end it completely and reboot it from scratch. It says new activists in Georgia posted flyers naming one of the cops in Tortuguita's killing. They are arrested, placed in solitary confinement, and now face a felony and 20 years in prison. So it says activists face felonies for distributing flyers. Cop City protesting killing. So, the war on journalism is a thing, and I can't help but to think about Julian Assange.
That's not journalism. That's doxing.
Well, I mean, okay, we can call it not. Let's say it's not journalism, but should this person face a felony and 20 years in prison for doing this? Do you think that's fair?
Depends upon what the laws are about it. No, I think that's a pretty. Now, here's the thing: they face 20. They're not getting 20 years. That is the maximum sentence.
So, do you think this person should go to jail?
How many people? Yeah, I think we need to send these people that dox people and stuff like that. I do think they need to go to jail. I think they need to go to jail because they are getting people targeted for violent actions.
Well, the system protects these people.
I'm sorry, I've been doxxed. And I've had people come for me and my job. I've had people waiting outside my job trying to hurt me. So yes,
they release the names of regular folks all the time. They protect the cops all the time. So, like, who the hell was the cop who actually did the shit? That shit don't ever come out. He just goes to another city.
No. Is this still under investigation? Is this an open case or a closed case?
I don't know.
See, you don't know then. You can't make that comment if you don't know, because if it's a closed case and something comes around that maybe this guy isn't guilty, yet now him and his family are targeted because of this.
I get your point. All I'm saying is that, they be releasing the names of people all the damn time. They protect the cops all the damn time. You don't never know who the person is. They're always protecting the cops.
Shit, there are cities that are trying to pass laws to where the police officers can use masks and face coverings.
So that's what I'm saying.
So they can't be targeted in their private life.
Well, I mean, look at all of the dystopian future movies and shit like that. It's always the cops covering their face and having masks on while they're freaking terrorizing the people and killing them and shit.
Absolutely, because it's a visual statement that goes to the maskless, faceless power of government. That's a literary trope that is now people are starting to pull into the real world. And part of it, like I said, is because it's getting to the point where cops are starting to get targeted off duty. And I'm not saying they should run. Matter of fact, I don't think they should. I have a problem when I'm taking a picture of a wreck or something like that. When the cops tell me don't take pictures of me, I'm like, well, yeah, for documentation purposes, if I'm going to court, I do want a picture of you and your badge number for identification if we go to court.
Yeah. So, but look, so you're condoning, you want the totalitarian government where the cops
Whoa.
have masks
Don't
on,
say
we
you
know their
want.
names. I'm asking you.
No, you didn't. You just said, so you want. That was not a question. That was a statement.
Do you want?
And did I not already make myself clear about that? That I do not agree with them. I just was talking about there are places trying to put the laws for protection. And doxing.
And that's going to be the excuse that they use forever. And that's what's going to lead to the faceless, nameless cops who's killing and abusing people for the state.
So says the man that's already defeated. But yet you want them to take our guns away from us and trust them to protect us. Yet this is your belief of the future.
I don't believe it's the belief of the future. It's the belief of now, because it's already happening. This is a case of right here. So like, you can't say their names. You can't release their names. So you go to jail. You know, that makes them faceless and nameless because they don't never name them.
How did they get the information? See, you're looking at a headline and condemning everything without asking any kind of questions about the information.
I'm just looking at it from overall, from all the different places that I've seen.
But you're not looking at it overall. You're looking at it as, well, these cops never get their names. They put these names out. Why can't they do it? And like I said, what if the guy's not guilty? What, there's a lot of things there that, there's a lot of themes that shouldn't be put out that have been put out. But like I said, 20 years, that's the maximum. That's what you're railing against, the maximum. Not whether they did something that they shouldn't have. Not that they doxed and literally what could be. I'm more worried about the cop's family than I am the cop, to tell you the truth. Because that's the problem nowadays, is people aren't settled with taking it to the person that they have a problem with. They want the family ruined too.
But that's how the mob works.
Exactly. That's why I'm very on a fence on a lot of this.
I hear what you're saying, man, but I mean, more likely than not, I mean, the cop is usually the aggressor in these situations. They're the ones that's usually pushing things way further than they should, but they still have this clemency where, like, they don't, you know what I'm saying, they don't have to really deal with the situation fully because they're cops. I don't necessarily agree with that, but
they generally get shielded, and even when they are wrong, they still get shielded, and then they go get a job in another city or another state. They get protected, so they can go do it again to some more citizens. I think it's scary. So this person, let me read some comments. It says, if this doesn't scare you, it absolutely should. Another comment, it says, meanwhile, McDonald's is employing hundreds of literal children and getting away with a $200K fine. That's what we was talking about earlier. This one, it says, I'm not joking, throw the CEO in jail. The Labor Department has found 10-year-old children working at a McDonald's in Louisville, Kentucky, sometimes until 2 a.m. Overall, the agency found 3 franchises with over 60 McDonald's employing 305 kids and violating labor laws. The franchises
even based on the state law?
Yeah. It says the franchises face $212,754 in fines.
So how? Wow. Okay. That's some wild shit.
So I mean, they don't care about that 200,000. They probably made so much money off of having the damn kids in there. It's just the cost of doing business. That's why I don't like them suits and those fines. They don't hurt these companies. They just continue to do it. Somebody has to go to jail, and then that way they can have some real, accountability.
Yeah, something's got to happen. Something's got to give. I think that because of where our world is going, because I'm kind of, on both sides, maybe some of the laws do need to be stiff, like loosened up, because if everything is like with that, the way everything has been going, the ability for someone to be able to work, for a family to survive, that might be the case where a teenager might need to work. And like I said, I mean, shit, I've been put to work since I was, at least 10, 12 years old myself. But I mean, it wasn't in the same capacity. This is more working family farm and, this, that, and the other, but still, no, it's still children working regardless of what the situation is. So I don't know. I guess it's situational, and I don't know, bro. I'm kind of in between. I don't know really what's right and which part is wrong, right or wrong. I think that they gotta have some limit. There's got to be some limitation to it.
Now I know why they want to. Now I know they want to go after the people named in this. This investigation is ongoing. A whole lot of cops shot this guy up, and they're trying to figure out which ones did it. And obviously, it according to body cam footage released and stuff like that, according to audio, they're pretty sure that a cop got shot by one of his own, yet the bullet fragment that came out was from the gun that the guy had. Very interesting, even though there was no gunshot residue on the guy that they shot up, who supposedly shot the cop. So I think what's going on is the cops are trying to cover stuff up, and the Georgia Bureau of Investigation has got this all on lockdown right now, because they're trying to figure out which cops did what, and releasing names not only can compromise the investigation, but it could start a public outcry toward the wrong or even the right people. So that's what's going on with that right there. They're not going to give that guy 20 years and stuff like that. They're probably going to pull him in and go, look, man, this is what's going on. You're messing this up. Please don't. Go and don't say anything, or we are going to arrest you.
Well, I think it's just another example of them holding the wrong people accountable. It's like the whistleblowers are the ones that get in trouble, not the person.
Did you hear any of that I just said, or are you just going to go straight to cops bad?
I heard what you said, but you also said that they was covering. It sounds like they're covering.
Yeah, the cops that are on the scene. There's some questionable going on there. And the Georgia Bureau of Investigation is investigating the cops.
So
they're trying to figure out who shot. One of the comments heard over the audio was inaudible. Blah, blah, you fucked your own office. You fucked your own officer up. And this is at 9:04:20, and it was 1:18:23 on the date of that. And that is, quoted directly from it. And then later in the audio, you can hear, did they shoot their own man? And another one says, it sounded like suppressed gunfire.
Yeah. So look,
so there's a lot of questions.
Regardless
what?
Listen, you got some people who did some criminal activity who are covering up their criminal activity, even if they're cops doing something outside of the law, doing something wrong.
Do you even understand the idea of what a criminal investigation is? And how that kind of stuff can screw up a criminal investigation? How it's illegal to dox that because it biases any potential witnesses, and it's scary. Now, do you think any of the cops are going to go forward now that they know that you know how much harder that investigation is? They want to put someone down for that.
I get it, Doc. I just don't think that the way the system is, the people who are being held accountable are not the people that should be held accountable. They want to go hard in on this guy who's doxing the person. Like, I can see it being wrong, Doc. I hear you. I hear you on that. But the measure.
And while you're
somebody-
paying attention to that, is anyone paying attention to the cops investigation now? Or are
But
all
see,
those
that-
guys
but-
trying
but-
to bust that cops investigation? All the ones
No.
trying to reveal this this investigation and dox what's going on? Are they now focused on that, or do they now have something else to complain about?
I'm just saying,
Smoke
they
and
like to-
mirrors, man.
They like
somebody
to
who,
hold-
but somebody who doesn't deserve to be, you know, doxxed or being, you know, held up as a potential problem is somebody like we got to look at what's really fair here, and I think that
We
at
also
some
have to look
point-
at what's legal. They are not in a legal gray area or loophole. They fucked up.
Public opinion happens all the time, no matter what. And see, and that's still a part of the media.
So you support continuing to, no matter what, allow that to continue no matter what?
No,
well,
the people
I
who
believe
need
that
to
the
be held
truth, if
accountable
the
need to
truth
be-
comes. Yeah, I think the truth is what needs to come out, and if it happens to be one of the cops that fucked up and did the wrong thing, like just need to deal with it instead of trying to find new ways to hide it. Because guess what, the public will be like, well, damn, you know, all right, they were trying to do the right thing. Like, I mean, the more they could do the cover-ups, the worse things really are, because it just really makes the cops even more corrupt.
There's no cover up. There's an ongoing investigation.
Okay, I hear
That's
what you're
not
saying.
that's the okay. There's an
it's
investigation of what happened because what the cops said happened does not friggin' jibe. There was no body cam for the incident. However, there is body cam that they are dissecting right now afterwards.
Yes.
So you
what I'm
know,
saying is
there-
the system wants to hold accountable the person who is trying to reveal the truth, as opposed to holding accountable the person who did a crime.
someone is going to jail for obstructing justice, for interfering in an investigation.
And this is what happens. So that's what happened with Julian Assange. That's what I'm saying. He's just a small little microcosm of the same thing, of the big picture of what's happening. You know, the government wants to hold accountable the people.
See, you're so
share
anti-cop and stuff like that. You won't even let them do their job.
Well, his job is
You
not
don't.
to kill
You
people.
don't believe they're going to do their job. You have no faith in them, just like you have no faith in the human race.
But you already said that it sounds shady. It sounds shady. Just from the
Absolutely.
jump.
Why do you think it's under investigation? Why do you think they're trying to stop people from pumping names out there and scaring off anything that they can do?
Why do we have a segment of our society that always wants to defend the cops and never say that they did anything wrong?
At what point am I defending the cops in this?
That's what you're doing
Not-
right now.
Not. I have not in a single place, a single word, defended the police. I told you that they've screwed up and fucked up. I told you there's an investigation underway. That's it. An investigation. They need to do their investigation without the fucking left and the media crawling all in everything, skewing the details, pissing off or potentially disrupting and tainting any jury in that area.
I don't have confidence in the cops doing an investigation of themselves. I don't. How many times have
They're
that
not.
worked
This
out?
is a complete. Okay, well, yes, it is police doing the police, but it's the GBI doing the investigation over the local police.
They're all buddies.
That's the state. That's like the state doing over local.
They're all buddies. I don't have faith.
And
in that.
here's the thing:
GBI
you won't
is
give
more
them
on
a
the federal
chance
level.
anyway. You've already got them guilty. You already said they're wrong, they're bad. This, you're defeat. You are convinced. You are defeated by this. You are in the narrative, man.
And
you
because
are
I-
the narrative.
Because I don't. Because the details, to me, I mean, I do.
You're not reactionary. You're not counter narrative. You are the narrative in this.
The details do matter. So I get that, Doc. I really do. It's just that how many times have we seen this play out? You know, and which way does it go? 8, 9 out of 10 times. You know,
I think if you know, because a lot of
Well,
times
I'm
we
sorry
have
you're
to place
beaten.
ourselves. We have to place ourselves in that midst. If it was us, how would we want it to play out? And that's where I think, like, that's where I think because I mean, me personally, you would be correct saying that about me because, like, in a lot of cases, I don't trust the cops because they're the ones who, they're allowed to get away with certain things, and I want to trust them, but they make it really hard, and then they're in the position to where they can hide certain things and make things look like, and then once they say, they can make up whatever they want, and once they say it, then that's what the rest of the world is going to look at this whoever in a bad position, regardless if they was right or wrong. And I really get what Chalk is saying on this. So I mean, it's a catch-22 because you really never, like as much as you
No, he
want
assumes
to follow the law.
you are assuming corruption in all ranks. I mean, it's an automatic assumption.
You can give me that, and I'll take that. I'll take
Yet you still want the government to take our guns away and defend us.
Well, that's something that he's gonna have to get over at some point because I mean
that's a total contradiction.
He's totally wrong about that, but but on this, I think he does have a point where there is a certain protocol that has to be in place, but at the same time, we're looking at that to come from the people who, not only fucked up, but also can, change totally change the narrative, like not take responsibility for their screw up. So
we investigated ourselves and we found no wrongdoing.
Change the narrative, like not showing a guy get escorted around the Capitol and only show people breaking stuff down. Right?
Yep, like that.
Yeah, we investigated ourselves and we found no wrongdoing. That's what I hear. That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not on this one. I mean, it's obviously that you're using it as an example, but haven't actually looked into the case.
I haven't. All I saw was the headline. I'm not gonna lie.
Then why are you arguing so strong about this that you know so much and you know it's corrupt and it's all bad?
I'm just
Well,
saying.
I mean, we all got the same amount of information, and
I guarantee you, I got more information about it than you guys already.
You probably
I heard you
might be right.
I did a short dive into it.
Yeah, but still, I mean, we have segment of our society who always feels like the cops didn't do anything wrong.
Yet we also have a segment of the society that's convinced that they're always in the wrong.
So I mean, hey, there has to be some balance, some kind of way.
Absolutely, yeah. Which means until the investigation is over, leave it the fuck alone. And then once they've done their investigation, they have to release and open the records to the public, and then we can get some alternative views on it and see what's going on.
It's because I don't trust their investigation.
Oh, why? Because they might hide some footage of someone being like escorted around a building?
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly that.
So you want to make sure, I mean, you're upset about that. Never mind. I'm not even going into that, but I mean, like I say, you have to be consistent.
I mean, it doesn't make another wrong right. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's almost like, okay, because of one situation happened and it was mishandled and or things should have been looked at differently in that situation, that now it makes it okay for this situation. Like, I think that, like, the law should be followed.
My only problem is you guys have already decided the outcome and the nature of all of this.
I said most likely. I mean, if I was to put money, if I was to put money up, yeah, I probably would put money. Like, I want to win.
But if we don't let these cops do their fucking jobs, now that they have all eyes on them, then how are they going to prove they're getting better?
Well, I'm gonna say this because in a case like this, usually like that's something that they could really put more like I think because they're not accepting responsibility and holding out is showing more of their guilt because like and this I could be wrong. So let me just throw it out there. I could be wrong. But based on the story and how we usually see this, if I'm gonna chop it up as of what likely happened in this situation, I'm gonna say I wasn't wrong. If I'm the civilian or if I'm the person, like I know I didn't do the wrong thing, and because of the bullying and stuff that happens a lot of times, and the narrative creation, like I'm gonna give more I guess more leeway to the victim.
Let's go into this. Y'all heard that the four of the Proud Boys got charged with sedition. That just came out not that long ago.
Good.
So this is a funny little clip right here.
Good. Now let's get some of the freaking tourists out of jail and put the people that deserve to be there in there.
I agree. So guilty of seditious conspiracy.
Free Shaman Man.
It says 4 Proud Boys convicted of January 6th sedition in historic verdict. Let's play this.
Oh, it was an insurrection. So how many of the participants in that insurrection have been charged with insurrecting, with sedition, with treason? 0.
But you know what? No one has been charged with sedition.
No one has been charged with sedition or insurrection. Most have been hit with charges like parading. Who knew that was a crime?
Do you know how many people have been charged with inciting insurrection or sedition or treason or domestic terrorism as a result of anything? 0.
Has anybody been charged with sedition? Nobody. Has anybody been charged with treason? Nobody. So why do they keep calling it an insurrection?
How many times do words like insurrection, sedition, or treason appear in Biden's own DOJ indictments against the January 6 rioters? The answer, 0.
Insurrecting. Well, they've been charged and now convicted.
Oh, it was an insurrection.
So this little montage was showing old clips of different pundits, saying, so y'all trying to say that this was an insurrection, but nobody's been charged with sedition. So
that's kind of a good example of what I was just talking about. Because everybody's all, blah, 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 let the cops do their job. Meanwhile, the only thing that gets me about the insurrection thing is all like I said, the people just walking around taking selfies after all of the craziness was. I'm more worried about some of that. And any military people on the site need to be Article 15, flat out.
Look, I'm gonna tell you, like, one of the weird things with me is like with a lot of these conversations is that like some people don't believe that two things can be true at the same time, because the Capitol building is not like the size of just a house, and like anything that's happening on the front side, you can see it on the side. Like there's things that could be happening on another side of the building that nobody else is seeing. Like I think what we saw could have been possible from both angles. Like there could have been some trouble happening on the other side, and there could have been people peacefully interacting on the other side. Maybe that camera didn't catch everything. You know what I'm saying? That it caught just the single file line on one, from this angle of one camera, because it's not a human where it can dip and dodge and look under and around. Like and what they decide to show us, I mean, that's what
all,
we get.
all of the cameras are have, I think they've got a very wide mobility range and can all be controlled from the Central Security Office.
Well, yeah, because I mean, I think to some extent they feel like if you were at the Capitol building as a protester, or even just for whatever reason, that you like everybody there was just insurrectionists or whatever.
Yeah, they're going by if you even pretty much join the guys on the steps, you're part of it. Or if you even went there. If you crossed the threshold.
If you heard Trump's speech and you came over here, now
if you heard Trump's speech even on TV, if you listen to Trump at all, you're part of the insurrection.
I don't agree with that, but everybody
they're saying everyone that went to the building, but
yeah, that's in the beginning. That's the way they made it. Like we're being facetious to some extent, but
see, they're going after everyone that crossed the threshold now. Everyone that actually went into the building, they're trying to file charges on, or that was the original. That was the original thing. That's the one I'm arguing against. Yeah. But I would say if you really look at the crowds and stuff, there's maybe a dozen, 2 groups of 6, maybe 3 groups of 6 that you see them in chain formation, crowd busting. And if you've ever been to a concert, you know exactly what I'm talking about. You know, when you got a group together, you grab each other by the shoulder or the belt and you pass through a crowd really quick and pushing up. Proud Boys, obviously Proud Boys. The guys that were going up yelling, bust the doors, those are some of the ones that just got indicted. Because I remember those guys. I remembered their faces because I've been looking for them, trying to hear the crap that they spout, and it's not pretty.
Yeah. They were organized.
They're the people that make conservatives embarrassed to be conservatives.
Yeah.
Well, I just didn't believe in that everybody that was in that, quarter mile radius, a half a mile radius or whatever, is all of a sudden now criminals because, something happened at the Capitol on one side where these other people had nothing to do with it. You have to be, a criminal as just like the ones who were actually active. You know what I'm saying? So, that's something that I just don't agree with. Like, 2 things can be true at the same time.
Let's talk about money. Let's talk about the debt ceiling and all of that argument that's happening. Let me play this clip right here because it says, remember the time Alan Greenspan accidentally told the truth? Watch the guy next to him. He knows Greenspan spoke too much Ponzi truth. The U.S. can always pay any debt it has because we can always print more money.
Invest in?
Very much so. I think this is not an issue of credit rating. The United States can pay any debt it has because we can always print money to do that. So there is zero probability of default.
Are U.S. Treasury bonds still safe to invest in?
Very much so.
Well, in this circumstance, they're talking about the Treasury bonds. But the thing about the debt ceiling is the argument that's in the news right now. And, we don't have enough money and they're fighting about that or whatever, the budget. I saw a clip where it was an old clip from Trump where he was saying they should never use that as a bargaining chip, the debt ceiling thing. But that lately in the politics, and it's happened every year now, it seems like, that's exactly how it's being used as a bargaining chip to get political concessions.
Well, go ahead. Yeah.
And I was going to say, I think it's all bullshit because this guy, Alan Greenspan, was just saying, hey, the government always got money because they could just print some more.
Yeah, no, I mean, and that is definitely true, because I mean, the people are the ones who give the money value. So I mean, just because you need more in circulation doesn't mean that it's anything, different. And in most cases, like it's really just an accounting, you know, apparatus. But
That's what I was gonna
What?
say. The
Why do you
numbers on the
think? Why do you
computer
think we need more cheap immigrants, and more babies born right now? We need more
to
people.
to
We need
pay
more
into the
people.
system.
We need more people to distribute our national debt from. When I was
Mm.
born, the average child was born $56,000 in debt. When my son was born, it was funny because he was born in '86, and it just so happened that the average child born was already in debt $86,000 at birth, going by the national standards and all of that stuff. If you spread the debt over everybody,
yeah,
and God knows what it is now. I'm trying to find that resource where I found that, because they used to update it every year, saying if you're born in this year, you were born this much in debt thanks to the federal government.
yeah.
Yeah, I had a clip too on that. Now my brain is going that direction, but damn it, I lost what I was gonna
Oh,
say
well,
because of
on
that.
this one, I got to say the look on the white guy's face was like, oh my God, they're going to Hillary us.
Or he was like, I can't believe this guy is saying this. Just print more money. Like, get the hell out of here. Like,
No, he looks like he didn't want to be in that seat because the guy was about to explode or something bad was going to happen. It's like, you're not supposed to say that, dude.
Is that one of those moved out of the frame so that
yeah,
he can have the whole screen?
yeah. So the oh, that's what I was thinking about. I was thinking about the numbers on the computer screen. Like, it's like the numbers on the screen represent the money here and there, whatever. And then I saw a chart that showed like how much actual real money is in the whole world. Doesn't even add up to what it is. So it's like these numbers aren't even really real. Like, they don't really represent anything actually tangible. It's just like numbers on the screen that's moving back and forth.
Yeah, it is. But I mean, based on, because see, the whole idea is like, I mean, we really go back to the bankrupting of the United States of America, and where United States, because United States itself is acting as like it is actually a service company. It's not the actual government because it was bankrupted. Like it, but however, the debt has to reflect on something else. Even though the United States has messed up something, the people are still held responsible for every mistake that they make, and that's why we're supposed to speak up and actually do more, because we are the ones who overall, here now, like, I mean, shoot, some of our grandparents, died in debt, and it's still being reflected on us because we're not taking more of accountability, or we're so split on what's really the priorities of of our country. Like that's a sign of our weakness, our falling, and all that, because got so much infighting that we don't just say, okay, let's just be responsible. Let's do things that's gonna actually grow the country and make more money, whether it's producing products or even selling off some of our natural resources. But we shutting down all of those things. What else is going to happen to our economy when, like, especially our biggest, export and thing that we use for ourselves, our energy, that we can just shut it off overnight and think that nothing's going to happen? It's insane to me. So I don't know, but a lot of it is political jargon to, because who do we owe the debt to? Hello?
China?
Do we really? Can I see the check that China wrote us? Can I, you know what I'm saying? Like, we've been, I don't know, bro. Hey, what do I know? I'm just a truck driver.
I think we're getting bamboozled on this particular topic. You know, the American people are.
Well, it's the country. See, that's the whole thing. Like, if there's no debt, there's no control. There's nothing to hold over your head. There's no reason for them to politically be able to use your energy, whether it's you know, your physical energy, exerted energy, or your mind power, whatever it is, they're using that to, you know, make you feel like, you know, there has to be a problem. If there's no problem, then they don't exist.
Yeah, what does it say? Create the problem, offer the solution. I can't remember how. I'm getting tired. I'm probably not gonna stay on much longer because I'm getting delirious. But I can't remember how that quote goes. It's create the problem, offer the solution that you already wanted. I don't remember.
Yeah.
Let me read this. Let me read this tweet. This is Robert F. Kennedy Jr. It says the financial censorship of political enemies is something we're used to seeing under authoritarian regimes. No one was surprised when Russia froze more than 100 bank accounts tied to opposition leader Alexei Navalny. But Canada did it too, locking more than 200 accounts of people protesting vaccine mandates. He says, it's not outlandish to imagine that even here in America, your bank account could one day be frozen because of your politics or comments you've made on social media. After all, in 2010, PayPal, Visa, and MasterCard suspended WikiLeaks at the behest of the United States State Department. GoFundMe blocked U.S. accounts from sending funds to Canadian truckers and planned to donate the money to their own preferred charities instead, backing down only when faced with a lawsuit. PayPal modified their acceptable use policy to fine users $2,500 for spreading what they deemed to be misinformation, a change they rescinded under pressure. Nonetheless, thousands of customers are currently suing PayPal for the arbitrary seizure of their accounts. These are the decisions of private companies, but often those private companies are acting out of fear of Congress or regulators or directly at their bidding. Their decisions implying directly on our rights. Impinge directly on our rights.
Yeah.
So I was talking about this before too. Like, that's so scary. Like, you know, they're trying to go with this cashless society and forcing us to use the, you know, the banks. And then you got the bank crises going on. So that on one hand, you got the bank crisis going on. They're forcing people to use the banks. You can't use cash like hardly anywhere anymore. And then you got to worry about if you say the wrong things or whatever, you know, go against the government, they might just seize your damn account or just close it.
Well, no, I mean they can block you off from access, and then not only just total, you know, because you think about it, it doesn't have to be total block off, but they can definitely still restrict. Okay, well, you know what? They can only spend so much percent at the grocery store. They can only buy this, that, whatever, you know, and anything that, I mean, bro, like
that's a scary world to live in, where, you know, if you say the wrong thing or do the wrong thing, and that may not even really be criminal, and they could just mess with your money.
Well, they're the ones that's gonna make what's problematic. Because like right now, like, you know, so many people agreeing with the idea that certain voices should be, you know, should not be heard, or, you know, this should be restricted. You can't say this, you can't say that, and, you know, whatever. Like, that's problematic too. Like the gun situation, like all, like we're talking about core things that go down with our, you know, from our Constitution. That's people are fighting against, And we gotta like look at our like. There's different states right now that's looking at what they call shit. Where pretty much I forget what it's called, but they're pretty much trying to make it to where they can change the Constitution and everything that we been fighting for, or that we're fighting for currently, and we're going back and forth with each other. I mean, in a nutshell, they're pretty much making it where the people are just not, they're so, you know, they're so way out of there mentally that they can't make good decisions. So we got to do this for them. Like, it's making most people just totally incompetent, like based on how we're acting as a people at each other's throat. We're fighting, like this whole split in which they have caused, but we still have to be the ones that have to deal with every angle of it. Still,
the damn results of it. Let me read this one. It says, the ability to save and spend without political interference is a prerequisite for exercise of meaningful dissent, and I would defend it accordingly. This is not a right or left wing issue. It is about protecting democracy from powerful established interests. The digitization of currency has given government unprecedented powers to surveil and control economic life. He says, that's why I oppose CBDCs, which will vastly magnify the government's power to suffocate dissent by cutting off access to funds with a keystroke. That's also why I support Bitcoin, which allows people to conduct transactions free from government interference. Bitcoin has been a lifesaver for people's movements around the world, especially in Burma. And, the government is coming out with its own crypto.
Well, listen.
How to get on that?
Yeah, because I mean, this money thing is, I'm big on this issue because I like technology, but the way that they're gonna try to regulate these things, because because of a centralized having a centralized economy gives the possibility for people to insure, like if there's losses here, there, whatever, your money can be replaced at least up to a certain amount. But in a decentralized economy where money is money and you can use it.
Come here, Dixie. Get up here.
What's the
background noise?
Okay. All right.
You can do it. There you go.
The whole thing is that when it really boils down to it, like what we've been how we know it, like just because people enjoy the freedom, or if you want to call them freedoms, of the technologies that's come about. If we allow the government to get to the power where they can do these things, and then they really don't need us the way that they used to, like we've no matter what size union we have, we won't be able to fight against it, because there'll be systems in place, and it'll be AI that's controlling it, or all these different things that we should be able to make these decisions on our own. But because we're allowing, like we've gotten to a point to where we're trusting in what we consider democracy so much that we, the core values that everybody appreciates, like the reason that you can even have a democracy is because of the republic. Like, so when you overuse one to compensate for this, that, or the third, whatever the reason is, like you take away your core powers. You're giving away all of the powers. Every time you ask for a new right, you're taking away from your own rights. Like you're limiting your own rights. Now, should I say that that's like not necessary at all? No, we need certain things that we can self-govern ourselves. But with all of this electrical stuff, when we put everything in the hands of the electric city, you know.
Yeah. And how much power do you have if you can't even control your own money? How much liberty do you have? How much freedom do you have? You know,
you don't. You have no freedom. That's where, like, they keep threatening us with a totalitarian or authoritarian society, but that's where we are now. And like, I mean, the only way to keep that is for us to keep having interaction with each other, not to find new ways to shut ourselves off from each other.
Prime example of the future they're looking towards has already been shown to us. They asked Elon Musk to shut off all the Teslas in Russia.
Mm-hmm. He said no.
Yes, but do you think our government's going to say no if we don't agree with what they say?
And what if it was somebody that wasn't Elon? It was somebody else they asked, and they probably would have said yeah.
Remember somebody that's far left. If it was Facebook or Google,
remember
or
a whole side. Remember a whole side of the political spectrum that generally supports free healthcare was going, well, if you didn't get the Fauci ouchie and you get sick, you don't deserve healthcare. You should be denied a hospital bed.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? That shit.
If you don't support our ideology, you don't get to have it. We're going to take it away. You don't matter anymore.
Mm.
And nobody really sees that is the totalitarian, like, and the people who has been pushing that, like to me, that's why a lot of those people pushing that has become somewhat of an enemy of mine, because it's just like, no, like how can you?
You know, a lot of people that think alike is one thing, but groupthink is another.
Mm-hmm.
And groupthink scare a crowd of people that disagrees with me, but is of their own mind. Man, I can talk to all of them, hang out with all of them. But a group of people that is coming at me with groupthink,
hive mind,
I can't do anything, and it doesn't matter because they will
scary.
reinforce each other to the point that imminent death is coming,
you can
and they will deny it.
Yeah, logic ain't gonna matter no more. Facts don't matter no more. It's just gonna be, you know.
Yeah, because I mean, regardless, like you've been programmed to believe that this is one thing, and if anybody tells you, like, that's that whole Christianity, like with Christianity, and you not testing or you questioning, you know, what they consider questioning God, but
Blasphemy.
no, I'm questioning your ass. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's
well,
not
if you
God,
go against the narrative, that's blasphemy.
Exactly. Like, and that's the way that they've been treating people for a long time, and they are used to, like, they're used to that program, to where anything outside of that, it has got to be criminal, or it has to be wrong.
When I was 14 years old, I looked a preacher in the eye in front of the congregation and said, "Who says your interpretation of those words is the only one? Can't that mean this to me? No, get out of the church."
Yeah, and it's like all these people, they be saying that, well, this is what God wants. Or
he actually cursed me, though. That was a Southern Baptist church I did that in, by the way. It did not go well.
People say this is against God, or this is, you know, God's, and then it's like, how can you be so confident and sure of that? Like, you know, you had a direct conversation with God. God told you himself. You know what I mean? Like, how can you be so confident?
No, the ones that scare me are when you say that and then they go, well, God speaks to me every day.
Oh my God.
It's like, God speaks to me too, but not in words. If you got a voice in your head saying words, well,
but no, that's right then and there. That's when you're like, no, well, look, I am God. Now what?
Yeah, I'm speaking to you right now, and I disagree with you. You're wrong. Saying? You ain't speaking God's words.
Well, you turn around and use that argument in that particular situation, then it's no different. You're claiming his words are God's words. Then you're bending to that point if you use that argument.
Yeah, so it's a lose-lose. Those people are crazy. I just run away from them.
Oh my God! And they don't realize they're the extremists. Like, oh my God, bro! It
I'll tell you,
so much, bro.
Westboro Baptist church goers are barely a couple steps above pedos for me.
The what?
The Westboro Baptist church guys, the ones that go to all the things, God hates fags. Not saying that, but that's literally quote unquote. That's what's on their billboard thing. They're the ones that go to the veterans funerals and stand outside and call them killers and murderers and stuff like that.
Well, you know what? I've been somebody's been challenging me on that, and I haven't seen any proof. So, I'm not saying that it's impossible, but they're saying that those are the groups that are the bigger pedophiles is these Southern Baptists,
the uptight Baptists.
Okay, so
I'm not going to blame one particular branch.
Well,
I mean, if I were to do one branch of Christianity, I'd have to say it would be the Roman Catholic Church, as hides the highest.
Well, that was what I said, was that okay? Well,
but
over decades, that's what we've heard most of that come from.
See, I grew up in the South all through the 80s. That stuff was popping up everywhere, and media suppressed that quick. Now these guys went to jail and stuff like that, but man, you want to talk about media not wanting to get that stuff out.
Yeah.
Well, Pat, it's about perspective. Remember the David Koresh thing?
Yes.
That was that. What do you think he was doing? He was marrying young girls.
Well, no, I get it. And see, that's one of the things that I guess at the time I didn't,
my ex actually visited that compound right before that whole thing was going on. I might try to see if we can get her to talk about it. She's a little overboard Christian and all that stuff, and probably would hate 90% of the stuff that we say, or actually about 60%. But she knows quite a bit about government, things like that. She was very anti-conspiracy. She was very conspiracy theory back in her earlier days. Is very hardcore Christian now. But like I said, if I'm not mistaken, she actually went out to the Koresh compound before the bad stuff happened. Like actually saw them and talked to them. Or saw and talked to people that interacted with them on a regular basis.
Yeah, so when we hear about all of those like cults and stuff, that's all that they're doing in there. That's not the only thing they're doing, but that's what they're doing.
Most of them have some sort of, say they're old enough to have children, therefore by God they can be married off.
Well, aren't these the same people that's like fighting for children's
the Amish do that too.
They're crazy. So yes, you're right, Pat. They're doing both. They're crazy. Let me read this. This is a tweet underneath old buddy's tweet. Jeff Curticus. He says, anyone who campaigns on a platform of anti-CBDC, government and pro-Bitcoin financial sovereignty is going to get a massive tsunami of support. We're at a crossroads, and this decision on how people access and use their own money is critical. Robert F. Kennedy replied, he said, agreed, Jeff. monetary freedom is as important as freedom of speech. Without it, we are slaves.
Yep.
So people be screaming about the freedom of speech, but they need to be aware of the freedom of their money too.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, bro. I think that we do need to go back to pre-colonization, you know, tactics with the ability. You know, of course, like in America, like we need to, you know, somewhat have like certain regulations of what we will accept and not, and to where the majority of people do agree. And I don't, you know, possibility that some of that stuff is already happening, but you know, as far as, you know, because the left has been picking up, and I just think that when it comes down to the money, even if we have bank systems and this, that, and the other, because like for me, you know, I've been buying silver, so that's something that, you know, regardless, I can exchange it on any market for some value, you know, for as a, you know, as another medium of exchange. But like, if we totally go, you know what I'm saying, just totally like just 100% just the blockchain where it's just totally like this, it's cashless, this, that, I just don't know. But I mean, we also looking at agenda, what this is, agenda 2030, like the entire world somehow. That was something I just thought about. I want to bring up was the whole idea with this new king that's supposed to be live and like what, this week or this weekend, right? In coronating the king. Yeah. So is that supposed to be a part of some of the changes as well? Like, you know, of course internationally, but as far as what you call, like, based on symbolic things that's been happening, like, is that supposed to make a mark on some of what's the end all of what's going on with this monetary system, like the queen not being here anymore, and now there's a king where I guess he can make, who's going to be the authoritarian over what's happening in the world?
I think there's a connection there. I think you're on to something there. Let me play some clips before we get out of here. Hold on. Check this out. What's happening?
And there is this saying that Nigerians and Indians were both colonized by the British, but the Indians rejected the British culture. They rejected the British religion. They rejected the British food.
Oh, shit.
And there is this saying that
it won't let me go to the post.
That Nigerians and Indians were both colonized by the British.
Whatever. This one right here, it says, Bernie Sanders introduces bill that would raise the minimum wage to $17 an hour.
In the Soviet Union, where most people got paid the same, they got paid salaries. So for them, it didn't make sense to work extra hard because still at the end of the month, you're going to get paid the same. So the Soviet people came up with this.
Damn it. That's only a piece of it. It won't let me go to these posts. Anyways, this one says, new study, large minimum wage increases $15 or more led to substantial growth in worker pay, less wage inequality, and no reduction in jobs, according to the first casual analysis of recent wage increases in 47 U.S. countries. So basically the argument that they made about the minimum wages, all, you know, the raising in wages is all been not true. And they have a study to prove it.
Check the 3 dots. You might be able to do something
Yeah, it won't let me.
No, okay.
It's all good.
Wait.
Well, I mean, this is an argument I was having on TikTok.
It's mom and
yesterday,
pops that it hurts. Is not the big boys.
Well, no, but that's the thing, because when the government can decide who wins and loses, like if I know Chaka said it before, and I agree that if you're like, nobody's too big to fail. If you make bad decisions, this is a capitalist society. Like shit, if you messed up, you got to deal with your mess up. That's just how it is. That's how we have to deal with it in our day to day. So why is it that the people who are supposedly the big guys in town, like, why doesn't it just make room for the person who has been making the good decisions to be able to move?
I'm telling you, especially these damn banks, because these banks have been fucking up, and you got smaller banks, other banks that don't be messing up. They don't gamble people's money. They don't
that first time back in the day when we bailed the banks out, I was all right with that because of how many people literally were about to lose everything over it, and it did help a lot of regular people. But ever since then, no, there should have been none. It's like, look, we got it, we saved it, we stopped what we needed to do. Now we need to let you guys crash and burn if that's what you're going to do.
Yeah,
we gave you the chance. We showed that we supported you. We showed that the country supported you. Now it's time for you to return that loyalty back to us.
And Chase,
and instead they returned it to their shareholders.
But they've been hiding all the truth of what's really happening with the financial system, because I mean, really, almost to the date, there was practically a recession starting like 10 years right after all of that. So I mean, from what Trump was in office, and it was kind of, it was already kind of falling off on I guess an international level, but there was some changes, some policy stuff that made some of those changes happen. But then also because them fighting against each other and policies being so screwed up and it not being able to truly work itself out is really a hindrance to the growth of the country. Like, that's one of the biggest problems, I think, is having a two-party system, like that. Like, China, like, not to say that I really want to replicate China or Russia, but because they have more consistency of who's in power and the types of decisions that's being made for the country is not a flip-flop back and forth every 4 to 8 years, then or even of a midterm when we have the change in the Senate and the House and stuff. So to me, there needs to be more consistency, but at the same time, like, okay, how do we continue this democratic process if we do it any different?
It's a fucking illusion, because it's not real. And because look, these damn banks, bailing these damn banks out just leads to further consolidation. You know what I'm saying? Less competition, and more of the damn taxpayers subsidizing these big, huge banks who's getting bigger and bigger, who have more control over our lives in every aspect. So like who's the president don't freaking matter. What job you have and your bank account and that shit is what matters in your life.
But no, it does, because these are the ones. These are the people that are implementing. Like, the first day of office, they tearing down what the last person was doing because they don't agree. Just with basic stuff. So like, things are truly changing overnight. One believes in the global warming, and one is like, no, I saw some other science. And this is what I believe. And then every goal and every focus, like everything can change overnight because of the leadership.
Look, JP Morgan Chase is buying most assets of First Republic Bank after the nation's second largest bank failure ever, in a deal announced early Monday that protects the deposits of First Republic customers. So First Republic Bank is now getting ate up by JP Morgan Chase. And JP Morgan Chase was already like the biggest freaking bank, you know, and now it's even bigger. So my argument is, how powerful is Chase versus who's ever in the president's who's ever in the president's seat?
Well, no, well, of course. I mean, you know, that's still like they hold power, but not the same. It's not the same type of power. I mean, yes, the you know, they affect the way our day to day because, you know, they can influence a lot of things that's happening in the, you know, in our government, but at the same time, you know, just like what we just experienced it, we went from a rogue, somebody who was like, now fuck you, all right, come on, I like you. I mean, you know what I'm saying, and
So,
whatever.
But it affects your personal life. Do you not have a Chase account? I'm pretty. Doc has one. I have one.
I got two.
Yeah. So if the Democrats lose the election and the Republicans come in there, you still have an account with Chase. Chase still managing your money or whatever. You know what I'm saying? You still have to deal with Chase.
They holding my money. They not managing shit.
But you get what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the impact of your personal life. Who's actually in the presidency isn't affecting your personal life as much as Chase is.
No, I mean, the system works together, bro. It's not really separate from each other because, like I said, the influence from the bank still drives what's happening in the policy making, in the laws, the legislation.
Yeah, I agree with you. They tied together. The government is the ones who went to Chase and gave them the opportunity to do this bid on this bank. It's a whole thing on this. I wanted to share it. But
all of it is a scam. I mean, when you know that all right, we're dealing with fiat and we, you know, what we're calling centralized banking, like it's a scam. And regardless, I mean, if somebody can come together with an idea to be able to do this thing worldwide, we're going to use this paper and this accounting system to be able to, you know, pretty much have, you know, be able to control the direction because, yeah, they do, or they are able to do that to some extent because of the value that it can hold or that, you know, whatever. But we know that it was the same people in politics that was running it. We know that the banks of England, like all of the European banks, and then United States, bro.
I agree with you that they tied together. But I was making that argument before. Like, it's really hard to separate the corporations from the government. It's
because of them because the might as well say that the government is the corporations and the corporations is the government. It works hand in hand. If you're at the top of the pile, and the only ones that really get affected by any of this, because those guys will get saved, even if you know, let's just say Hancock Bank selling out to City National selling out to this biggest bank, but they're just that's just adding to the monopoly.
Right.
Like, that's all it is. It's like, okay, this one is getting absorbed. It's just, you know, they're able to build a bigger bank from all of the other smaller banks. They're all tied to each other through the Fed. What we, you know, because it's
this consolidation is happening all across the board because it's happening in all of the different sectors. It's happening in agriculture. It's happening in the grocery stores, the banks. Let me read a little bit of this real quick. JP Morgan Chase to buy most First Republic assets after bank fails by Chris Isidore and Olisa Dimitrokova. CNN, updated 3/19, Monday, May 1st, 2023. It says, New York, London. JP Morgan Chase is buying most assets of First Republic Bank after the nation's second largest bank failure ever in a deal announced early Monday that protects the deposits of First Republic customers. JP Morgan Chase said it had acquired the substantial majority of assets and assumed the deposits, insured and uninsured, of First Republic from the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, the dependent government agency that insures deposits for bank customers. Our government invited us and others to step up, and we did, said JP Morgan Chase CEO Jamie Dimon. He said the deal is also a good one for his bank's shareholders, adding to its expected earnings going forward. So it said the government invited us, and we stepped in. We stepped up. Damn it, I forgot what I was gonna say. The people were that bank's stocks dropped dramatically after the what was it? The other one, FPB, the other bank, the one Silicon Valley Bank, and so people was looking at SVP, and people were looking at the this bank, and it was really similarly set up as the SVB bank with the tech sector stuff and all of this. So then they went and they started taking their money out of the bank. So the bank like dropped like overnight and imploded. And so that's the reason why the government came in and was like, okay, Chase, y'all want to, so, and then their argument is to protect the people, right? So the people, it ensures their, their assets.
I'm gonna be messy. I don't know. Is it really? Is that their?
Of course, it's not. That's the reason why I even said it. I mean, they're gonna always say that it's for the people, and it sounds good, and it did protect the actual people who had assets in this bank. But is it actually working for the greater good of the people in general? I don't think so. Because they don't have any agendas in that direction.
Rates, it's oh my God, bro, and it baffles me. Like people really agree with some of this stuff where, like, because you see that this past week he had already been working on it, but it came into play that if you got a higher credit score, you might have to pay a higher interest rate.
Yeah, I heard that. I heard that.
Like
that was
how credit works.
That was legislation that Biden is introducing. I don't know if it's actually going to make it out, but they have introduced that, and it really does sound crazy because it's like, for the person who has a lower credit score, it's supposed to help the people with the lower credit score, but the money is coming from the people who have the higher credit score. So then it really doesn't give the incentive to people to try to make sure that their credit is up and looking good and upstanding, because the person with the upstanding credit gets punished to take care of the people with the lower credit score. But I would say
who's getting attacked here for the most part?
Well, the people in general.
No, that's not in general. Who's that affecting? Who is it hurting the most?
Well, I don't know if it's really hurting them, but it's the people with the higher credit scores.
The middle class.
Yeah, definitely, because the rich people aren't worried about their fucking credit score.
Rich people right now are not, they're not getting anything on credit.
Yeah, they're not concerned with their credit scores. It doesn't affect them.
No, they can loan to themselves because they have a banking system set up within their own, like through life insurance policies and this and that and the third. So they're not concerned about that because they create their own. Like if they're gonna borrow money from themselves to pay off something, they're gonna pay themselves back the interest rate, whether it's larger. Like
It don't affect them really. So yeah, you're right. It's attacking the middle class mostly. So damn it, I forgot what I was gonna say. I'm getting delirious. The credit scores, it's been kind of a sham, the whole time anyways, and it's shady. And because a lot of people, like, they can't even really tell you how they come up with the numbers. And then when you get a different credit score from different companies, like they got the 3 main companies who do it, but you also have other places that you go and try to get credit from, and then they give you a score or whatever. And it's like, how do they determine this shit? How do they even come up with it? The numbers.
I think there's up to 9 different agencies that do credit score tracking and can be used for by different companies.
Yeah. So, but then the span can be from freaking,
and they all use different systems.
Right. It could be the same person could get a score from 400 to,
and then there's the leasing, and then there's the leasing system.
Depending on who they apply for or what they apply for or whatever. It's like, it basically sounds like to me like they just pulling it out of their ass and just be like, no, you're not approved. You know what I mean? Or the person I want to get approved, oh, you are approved.
Say, bro, I'm gonna just tell you like this here. When I bought my there was one of my pickup truck. Say, bro, I didn't have no 800, no 700. I didn't have a 700, but I still end up with I can get a 0. Now I had the choice. I can get a 0% rate, or I can get, I can go with the 4%, and just based on how it was structured with whatever, it made more sense for me to, because I mean all the stuff that I was getting. I think I did do. I would have to put a certain amount of money down, and more money down than I was planning to. But either way, like it's based on how they, like, if they want to take a chance that they can, like, regardless if you got a 600 or not, like they've always had. And this was like when I bought that truck, that was what, 2008, 2009, whatever. So even back then, with the decision, like they can give you whatever interest rate they want to give you the money at.
Right. So that's what I mean. Like, so if the people that they want to screw over, they just screw over them, like, depending on who you are or whatever. And like, and then a lot of us are ignorant to how money works. They don't teach us this stuff in school. And most of us are just going to get screwed with these super high interest rates on everything that we buy. And we're paying like, I bought a bed. I just moved into my apartment, and I bought this Tempur-Pedic. It's a nice bed, but the bed I really wanted, I couldn't get because they wouldn't approve me for the credit for the amount or whatever. But when you look at the paperwork for this bed, you could pay it same as cash by paying it all off within, I think it's 3 months or whatever. And then I think it's after a certain date, the percentage rate shoots up to like 45% or some really ridiculous amount. It's a huge amount. Like, and you're gonna pay 4 times the amount the bed costs if you don't pay it off within that time frame.
I don't do deals like that unless, I mean, if I was paying cash and I'm like, all right, you know what, I want to go and do it today, and in another couple of weeks I'm gonna have a couple of thousand, whatever I can throw down there, and I know I can get it paid off real quick. Yeah, but something where, I mean, I'll do it mostly on the year, but like 3 months, short term, if it's something that I know it's gonna take me a year to pay, and they talking about some same as cash, like, just you know what, I'm just not doing it. That just taking a chance on a contract like that, no. 45%, 25, that's too much.
It's a crazy number. It's really crazy number. Like, so I looked at it, and I'm just gonna stay up on it. And I've been paying. I ain't paying the minimum or whatever the amount that they I'm paying way more than that. So I'm not gonna be one of the ones that they get like that. So I've read the damn contract.
Yeah.
Let's do a couple more, and then I'm gonna get up out of here.
Yes.
Let's do two more.
I'm about ready to ease out of here myself. So, all right. So what we going? What's
We got two more. Let me see. Since we're talking about money, it says the World Bank was supposed to be performing the role of supplying long-term capital to the global South at very low interest rates. But the World Bank, for geopolitical reasons, as a tool of Western power, doesn't want to do that.
Efficiency are deficient in capital, kind of, in sort of funds to fund these large-scale development projects. Eugene, you can't develop without sufficient electric power. You can't develop without laying out a road network, without a communications infrastructure. These things are incredibly critical. And many of these countries, again, were dealt bad set of cards from colonialism, because all that colonialism did was build infrastructure that supported the extraction of raw materials to feed the beast in the West, right? So a lot of these countries are trying to play catch up, right? And they're desperate for capital. The World Bank was supposed to be performing this role of supplying long-term capital at very low interest rates, at what they call concessional interest rates. But the World Bank, for geopolitical reasons, like I just illustrated a short while ago, tool of Western power, doesn't want to do that, because if the World Bank does its job properly, then a lot of these countries in the global South will be self-sustaining, they'll stand on their own, and then nobody can push them around. So because the World Bank hasn't been performing this role, right, a lot of loan sharks or Shylocks or whatever you want to call them have popped out of the woodworks, right? So it is not the case that.
So it's like, again, like we were saying before about things that appear to be there to help the people, and it's really a mechanism to do the opposite, and like the way the World Bank functions is an example of that. A lot of these NGOs, a lot of these companies, non-government organizations or whatever, work in this way where they appear that they are there to help people, but they're really there to keep these people down so that they can continue to be exploited,
Yes, because look, it's gonna always say, bro. I hate to say it, but for the most part, a lot of this is gonna remain like this because somebody's gonna be in power that's gonna, especially if it's a European power, they're gonna. But even in Asia, like China being at the head of everyone right now, they're gonna make sure that even like the deals that they're making in Africa right now is better deals than is only better deals than what America was offering, and they're they offer different things, but it's still gonna put them in a position where like yes they can prosper, it's gonna look good, but at the same time the people still will suffer, and that's just the way, like a part of the system. People who have the most resources, and this is in modern times, I can't speak for any other time, but like right now we're really looking at these people are going to be controlled, subjugated, like they're not going to be able to really make the money that they should, or grow their country up based on their resources, because that will give them too much power and a reason to not have to deal with these other people that need them for them to survive. You know what I'm saying? Like, because of the position that they're in, that the governments are in, because they can invest, they have the political power to decide where monies go and how much of it, and this, that, and the other. Because the people hadn't figured it out, or they've been held back so long with their, and they have the resources that's going to create the technology that's going to make everybody rich. But I don't know. It's I hate to say it, because I mean it makes no sense for that type of cycle to continue. But I look at Europe as just North Africa.
And it really, really sucks because these people do need some kind of help, to be able to get up on their feet and actually compete, So, but for a lot of these countries, it'd probably be better for them not to take these loans from the IMF or the World Bank or whatever, and just try to find other ways to build their capital some kind of way, and take the slow way and grow slowly.
But what happens when they don't make a deal with those people?
Well,
Because
they're probably
China-
going to go in and
Take
bomb
it.
them and coup them. Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean,
Make them a colony.
It does make sense for them to make a deal, and it might be a slow process for them to grow, but they've been a lot of the knowledge, the technology, the know-how to get all of these things done efficiently is a lot of what they're missing. They do have the core product, the minerals or whatever that's necessary to do it, but the processes is where the majority of them are lacking. And if I think things could go totally different if if it was like if we were the ones that was actually in control of what was happening in America. Don't you think that we could be able to make a lot of great things happen between America and Africa?
And it would benefit the people of Africa and different countries in Africa and the United States. But you have this middleman, you have the corporations, and they want to benefit. So it's like, hey, is it going to be the regular folks that's going to benefit, or is it going to be the corporations that benefits? It's like, well, shit, we got the capital, we the boss hogs, we going to benefit. We're going to step in there, period. And the people just going to have to come second, third, last. Let me read this right here. So this is the World Bank. This is their page. This is their website. And this is who we are. It says, with 189 member countries, staff from more than 170 countries, and offices in over 130 locations, the World Bank Group is a unique global partnership. 5 institutions working for sustainable solutions that reduce poverty and build shared prosperity in developing countries. Hey, so this is supposed to sound good. They said shared prosperity in developed countries. So who's sharing in this prosperity? So if you're helping the countries, then it should be just them sharing in the prosperity, right?
Yeah, because see, I mean, if the capital is, if the minerals is capital, if the knowledge is capital, if the manpower is also capital, like when you're able to combine those things without one person having to be at the hest of it all, or a few at the hest at the top. Why it's never sharing is a word that I guess you can use in many ways that mostly sounds beneficial, but I guess it doesn't matter how much real sharing is going on.
Yeah, it's your perspective, so they're sharing in the other country's prosperity. Like, okay, that means you shouldn't be sharing in that country's prosperity, bro.
Not that way, because I mean, because the thing is you should be able to invest just like anybody else, where you can make you can make a return on some of those monies, but when you're controlling it, you're not just making somewhat of a even a fair profit. You're the one that ends up winning it all. Like you're getting your capital back plus
win. And the IMF is the other one I was thinking about. It's the International Monetary Fund.
Yeah.
And people need to know.
That's what I thought you were talking about at first. Anyway.
We was doing the World Bank. Well, they have similar. They have similar.
Well, no, they work together. They work together. But how the whole thing is, what when you started talking about it, that's who I was thinking. But then you brought up the World Bank, and I said, oh, okay. So because originally I thought you was talking about the IMF.
Well, I'm on their page. Let me read their little about right here. It says the IMF works to achieve sustainable growth and prosperity for all of its 190 member countries. It does so by supporting economic policies that promote financial stability and monetary cooperation, which are essential to increase productivity, job creation, and economic well-being. So the line that jumps out to me is monetary cooperation. So in the other one, they said, what did they say? Prosperity. Hold on, I don't want to misquote them. Hold on, y'all. What the hell? It said build shared prosperity in developed countries. And in this one, it says monetary cooperation. You know what I'm saying? That's that. Anyways, that people need to know more about the World Bank and the IMF so they can understand how the world works, because money is everything, and the way they colonize countries is not the same as they did in the past. Now they use the World Bank and the IMF to control their money and put the people in debt and make them pay crazy interest rates, and they'll never be able to get out of the debt.
The real way to look at this is that the wars that used to have, the physical wars that used to have to happen for these types of changes to happen now is done with the media. You know, it's like it's mostly mental.
Like docs like to say, the fifth generational warfare.
Yeah,
it's done with the money, with the media. You know, it's done without weapons, without traditional weapons, rather.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Because you got bio. They just did this huge psyops.
But that's also
sounds like you've been looking into it.
The biological warfare, like the freaking releasing fucking viruses and shit.
Yeah.
And a lot of the old school viruses are coming back. Have y'all noticed that shit? Like
you know why?
Haiti is going through, or not that long ago, they went through a really bad what's the one? It makes you poop a lot. It's in the water. What is that one called?
You have died of dysentery.
Dysteria.
You have died of dysentery.
That's not it. That's not what I'm thinking of. It's very common. It just makes you poop a lot.
Am I being here?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
It comes from bad water. I can't think of the name of it. It doesn't matter.
You remember Oregon Trail?
I don't know what I don't know what
they were dying of dysentery. That's basically pooping your guts out.
Yeah. So, but anyways, like a lot of these old school diseases that was basically eradicated have been coming back. Like
polio had a big comeback. Polio had a big comeback a year or two ago.
But why?
Well, they're blaming anti-vaxxers. But we know better.
Yeah, we know better.
Yeah, I mean, of course, the people who are trying to save your life is going to be the enemy. Like that's one thing that we should remember. Like whoever's the biggest enemy on the block is the person that's actually here to help you out.
Well, see, I don't care what people. I didn't like the idea of people not wanting to take the Fauci ouchie, being called anti-vaxxers, because in a way, it's a different crowd from the ones that go, polio vaccines cause autism. Completely different world.
I agree.
Well,
completely different. Because the same people who will take a flu shot and other stuff like that, some of these other vaccines that's been around forever, and it's got the same people who wouldn't take the Fauci ouchie. So that's a totally different argument, and they like to lump them all together and make it seem like they're crazy, and they don't want to take any vaccines or any kind of shots or anything at all.
Well, I mean, because see, this is the thing, because I'm not really a big shot person to begin with. When I grew up, it wasn't my choice. When I got older and I started realizing certain things, I investigated a lot more because I had the ability to and the understanding to do so. But once you do enough investigation and it don't make sense, like just because you don't feel good about it and I say, hey, this is what I'm doing with my life, you can be mad, but you can't control how I do that.
I hate it. I hate it so much that so many people don't think for themselves and they just follow the narrative, and whatever these people tell them, they just take it in good authority, and they don't do any due diligence themselves. And then they tell me like they know, like they, you don't know. You haven't even looked at the shit. You just saying it because you heard somebody of authority say it, and you think that that's what it is.
No, people were repeating everything that Fauci or one of his representatives might say, but none of them actually went to the damn website and read anything. Like nobody was looking at theirs. Nobody was looking at the CDC website.
It didn't help with the orange guy up there pontificating on how to do stuff, not knowing anything about science either. I mean, and when he was talking about, like disinfectant up in there and everyone says he told him to inject bleach, that didn't help the cause much either.
Yeah,
it was just a lot of confusion.
But because a lot
that wasn't confusion. That was people literally lying about his words and him needing his handlers to tell him, dude, don't pontificate. We do this. We try to figure this out behind closed doors. We don't brainstorm in public.
Yeah, but it just added to the confusion because we had confusion coming from the CDC. We had confusion coming from Dr. Fauci. We had confusion coming from all different directions. You had different doctors saying different stuff. What?
And then the doctors start getting blocked off, the ones who had a different opinion than.
So even the people who think.
Well, unfortunately, we also had that chick right here from Houston, Miss Cancer comes from demons transferred through sex. But she was one of the leaders. She was one of the leaders about the HQ stuff that everybody was getting kicked offline for even hinting might work.
The one that was talking about taking the zinc and the vitamin C and the
the HQ. I'm calling it HQ because I don't know if we're allowed to say it anymore. I mean, we're not Joe Rogan. He can say it. We can't.
Yeah.
Well,
or at least I'm not going to trust it until I see a whole lot more people saying it.
I'll say it.
The hydrochloride? Something like that.
Yeah, that one, the hydro.
Yeah, she was talking about that in the zinc. She was one of the ones that went up on the 50 doctors went to Washington, stood on the steps, did it. The problem is who she is and the crazy radical stuff that she says. All those 50 doctors were completely ignored because she was the one up there talking. And dude, she is bat guano insane.
Fucking batshit crazy.
Well,
dude, I'm serious.
The thing about it is that the stuff was still right though.
Yeah, but she's still a doctor, and whatever her, cancer, sex, demon thing, evil, the nature, that's all. But that has nothing to do with the actual science that she used to determine the treatment for her people.
Right. She didn't actually use
don't you think that was a
that's her preacher side of things. She's also a preacher
she
too.
Didn't express it as detailed scientifically, but it has everything to do with scientific. It makes sense. Like all of the things that was chosen for a reason. Now, was she able to explain it the way for people to understand it very well, or there was room left for people to be able to criticize?
No, she didn't even talk about all those beliefs and stuff like that to the world. She was only up there presenting with the doctors the HQ zinc treatment and they were all saying it's working, and they're like, no, shut these people down, and then they focused on her and her alternate religious beliefs and stuff like that.
Okay, so
and because of that, it was used to discredit all 50. No one wanted to hear anything they said because she was speaking, and she's crazy.
And that's what they do every time. Every time.
Because overall, that's what they're saying works better than anything that's out there. That's why
they're still saying that right now.
They're still saying what?
What do you want to bet that the oral medication that you can get from Pfizer right now is possibly based on that particular combination of chemicals?
Yeah.
It probably is.
And what they were saying about ivermectin and talking about the horse, and I didn't know until later that it was actually over-the-counter. It was a drug that had been used for a long time already for humans. Yeah. And the way the media presented it, oh, this is a horse drug. You crazy?
But that's why. That's my other reason for not trusting some people as much as. I mean, you know, I have less trust in some than I do the others, because I don't necessarily have a whole lot of trust in them either. But when you really look at who was the biggest promoters, who would lie no matter what, who would hide the truth as much as possible, like that's why I felt like they were more enemies than maybe the others, because they weren't going quite out of their way to do the same thing. So I mean, when you really ask me, you know, when I have a moment to really pass on why I have such a stance that I do, why I'm more conservative leaning these days, it's a lot of because of decisions like this when I want to trust you, but when the more information I get, I find out you're lying. You lied way more than, you know, just a little accident. You purposely lied.
And big media too did it. It's so fucking. Anyways, let me cover one more thing before we go right here. It says we should have listened maybe to Putin all these years, says Democratic president candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr. What is the point of NATO other than to oppose Russia? Citing NATO expansion, the U.S.-backed coup against the democratically elected government of Ukraine and the transfer of missiles with nuclear capabilities. The Russia's borders as causes of the conflict, he says. If you're addressing Russia hostilely from the beginning, of course, you'll get a hostile reaction back. Let me play this. Oh shit, I'm not sharing. My bad. Hold on. My bad, y'all. I thought I was sharing. I hate it when I do that.
Was waiting.
I hate it when I do that.
We should have listened maybe to Putin over many years. You know, we made a commitment to Russia, to Gorbachev, that we would not move NATO 1 inch to the east. Oh, you know, why did we? Then we went in and we lied. We went into 13 NATO countries. We put missile systems in that with nuclear capacity. We did joint exercises with the Ukraine and these others from NATO. What is the purpose of NATO? In NATO, this is what, you know, George Kennan asked. This is what Jack Matlock asked.
So you would have had Russia inside NATO.
I think that's something we should have considered. You know, what is the purpose of NATO other than to oppose Russia? And if you're addressing Russia hostilely from the beginning, of course their reaction is going to be a hostile reaction back. And if you're slowly moving in, that all of these states who we said would never become part of NATO were suddenly become part of NATO, you know, and then, you know, and we know what happened in the Ukraine, in the US. supported essentially a coup d'etat in 2014 against a democratically elected government of Ukraine. And we put in place, and we now have, the telephone call transcripts. Victoria Nuland, one of the neocons in the White House then, handpicking the new cabinet that was hostile to the Soviet Union.
When I was telling people that, nobody listened.
Put yourself in Russia's position, and you say, okay, the United States, our biggest enemy, treating us as an enemy, is now taken over the government of a nation and made them hostile to us, and then start, passing laws that are prejudicial to this giant Russian population. If Mexico did that and then started killing, they killed 14,000 Russians in Donbass. The Ukrainian government, if Mexico did that to expatriate Americans, we'd invade in a second. We should have lived.
Y'all hear me? My mic went out.
Yeah, it got silent.
Yeah, my mic went out. Yeah, so freaking Bakhmut or whatever is on freaking fire right now. Freaking, it's a part of Ukraine, and they want to act like that they care about Ukraine so much. Man, Ukraine is getting destroyed, bro. Like as we speak. I don't know. Did I repeat? I don't know if I retweeted those pictures because I didn't know if I wanted to share that because it was really terrible. The city's on fire, bro. Like Russia is firebombing the whole damn place. Like,
say it looks like inner cities here in 2020.
Let me see. No, this is way whole nother.
Yeah, I know. So, guess who got Tucker Carlson's time slot?
Who was that?
Kayleigh McEnany.
I know that name, but
Trump's press secretary.
Oh,
okay. White House Barbie.
Okay.
Or press secretary Barbie. She's annoying. She has an annoying voice.
She got Tucker's slot, huh?
Yep.
Well, I bet you that Fox is still gonna continue to slide, especially in that particular time slot. You can't replace Tucker like that. People are gonna to protest.
Her voice is annoying, and she's not witty. She's kind of a little edgy toward the mean side sometimes. I've tried watching her with her new shows and stuff like that, and I can't sit through them most of the time.
Well, you know what some people want?
I kind of like Gutfield in their little comedy group, but he thinks he's way too funny.
Yeah, some people are actually wanting them to get rid of Sean Hannity and pretty much everybody there, and pretty much, hybridize our media where it's pretty much like everything sounds the same.
Yeah,
like
people laugh at me for watching Fox News, but it's like, I watch NBC and CBS. I really don't like CNN, but actually the funniest American news right now is coming out of Sky News Australia. These guys are ripping on us hard, and we deserve every bit of it.
Yeah, I'd be on Sky News.
Yeah, I need to listen more to that one then. But however, to me, it's just like anybody that asks for that to happen is like, I don't think they really understand what they're truly asking for. Like they're asking for this authoritarian, like you don't want any other voice, like you don't
no
want
dissenting voices. You got cookie cutter, everybody saying the same thing. There's no like.
If you repeat it enough,
flavor.
It becomes true.
There's no flavor. It's like mayonnaise.
Well, yeah, I mean, but I'm just saying, like, if you got everybody,
it's like mayonnaise with milk and sour cream sauce.
Yeah, I mean, you're totally controlled, bro. Like, Like if you don't, if even if both things that you're hearing is wrong, at least you got two different things to contemplate.
I'm
You know what I'm
saying.
saying? Like, it's
And so, but each network is doing that though. They all choose whatever like lane, and then they just hammer that lane, and that's it. You know. So
most people don't remember that Fox has been a complete puppet of the FCC and government since about 4 or 5 years into their beginning of their broadcasting.
but listen, but
Despite
you know
they
why?
seem alternative and counter, they literally were told by the FCC, if you don't shape up and do what we tell you to, we're going to shut you down. And it was mostly because of The Simpsons and Married with Children.
And they do that to everybody, and that's the reason why there's no real journalism. Like, I like to watch Democracy Now, but the way that they cover the war and stuff like that, you could tell that I guess it's the CIA or whoever, the NSA comes in, and they'd be like, hey, you can't talk about this kind of stuff, or you can't say this, or whatever the hell, you know what I mean? And it's like that for all the news networks, all the media. The movies, everything.
Yeah.
So it's sad. Let me show these pictures right here. This is what I was talking about. It says the last AFU holdouts in Bakhmut apparently won't be cold tonight. So these are the pictures I was talking about. It's really sad. Those are all fires, if you can't tell. They've been hitting Bakhmut with missiles and whatever you call them, fire bombs or whatever. Somebody said that they couldn't take the city, so they decided to burn it down. And like all the time I'll be talking, and it sounds like I'm pro-Russian or whatever, but I'm not. I'm against war, and I'm for common sense. And look at what is happening to Ukraine. Like, I mean, even if you feel like the thing with the Nazis infiltrating the government or whatever the hell, still the Ukrainian people are just regular folks, and this is what their city looks like now, And if the United States really cared, then they wouldn't be prolonging this. They don't care that the whole damn country gets burned to the damn ground. And these are human beings,
Yeah, but no, these are civilians. These are citizens. These are
Yeah. Yeah, so even if they got to get out of the city or whatever, then they don't have no homes or buildings to come back to.
That's okay. BlackRock bought a whole bunch of buildings here in the United States that they can put them in. Say thousands and thousands of houses with cash above market value all through the pandemic.
Yeah, well, there goes the immigrants that they are happy to have over here versus the ones that they won't be.
Well, like you said, they got the contract to rebuild the country no matter what, so they don't have to sell those houses. And now they can rent those houses to the government to house refugees at 20 to 30% above market value that they inflated to that high.
Guaranteed money.
Thus, changing those another couple of $100 a month higher value, meaning the whole neighborhood value goes up, again, pricing more people out of being able to buy in that neighborhood. So they're going to be moving out because tax rates are going up. So BlackRock's going to buy even more of the property.
It just shows that profit over people. Like, they don't care about human life. All they care about is profit.
No, the corporations will own everything, and we will like it.
How can we make the most money out of this situation? Oh, well, 100 million people are going to die as a result.
It's not. I don't think it's quite as. I don't think it's as much about the money as it is about the power.
Well, that's less people for global warming, right? That's a smaller carbon footprint.
It'll help the green revolution or whatever the hell.
Hey, we got an election year coming up. All I say is I want them to measure the effects of how much hot air these politicians put out as far as CO2 emissions.
This election
I think it's going to be more CO2 emissions than cow farts.
This election is going to be super interesting. I ain't going to lie. You know what they're going to say? They're going to say, this is the most important election of your whole lifetime. Be involved, you know, go vote, no matter which side it is. This is the most important election, da-da-da-da-da. I'm going to be like, oh, man, make me throw up. But I'm going to follow the primaries.
And make sure you mail back in those votes for Grandma and Grandpa.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to have to wrap it, y'all. I'm done. I'm toasted. I really had some more stuff I wanted to cover. I guess I'm going to try to cover it tomorrow. See if I can get my internet issues working. I don't know why the fuck YouTube isn't playing right, but it was some clips I wanted to play from there that I didn't. A couple other topics I wanted to get to that I didn't get to. So we'll be back on tomorrow. I'm off tomorrow, but I was off tomorrow night. I work in the morning. And I was thinking about picking up, but if I don't pick up, then I'm gonna probably come on early again tomorrow. We'll see.
Yeah, Friday and Saturday I close. If I'm lucky, I can get here by 10:30. Normally I'm not.
That's about the time. If I'm able to come on early, that's about the time I'd come on anyways. Yeah, man. I think it was a good show though. Yeah, I'm gonna have to wrap it. Any final thoughts? Y'all got anything? Doc, you wasn't in when I was talking about the homeless guy who got strangled to death and how I feel like our society doesn't care.
It was mentioned, and I got a quick overview of the headline, but I don't know any details about it.
Oh, well, we went we did a full segment on it. You know, the guy was homeless. He was a Michael Jackson impersonator. He clearly had mental health issues. He may have been cursing or something. He was asking people for food and acting irate. And then the guy he was in the Marines, I want to say they said, basically choked him out and he died. And the medical examiner is calling it a homicide, but there's been no charges. And the internet is on two sides on this thing. And you have a lot of people who are acting, you know, they're bringing up the fact that the guy had 40 previous charges, not charges, but arrests. And what makes me sad is how the internet is just like acting like this guy deserved to die because he was homeless and acting kind of crazy, you know? And it's like this vigilante justice thing that's going on. And I think that this is one of those watershed moments that is bigger than the actual story itself. I think it represents a bigger thing. The vigilante thing, the way the society doesn't care about homeless people and, you know, don't care that this guy died. And you got one, you know, and then you got the other side. And then a video came out talking about showing that the guy was saying homophobic comments or whatever, and all of this stuff to try to make him look bad or whatever. And, you know, they're like, you're defending some homophobic homeless guy, you know, but at the end of the day, the guy died, you know, and he didn't deserve to die, you know, and nobody cares because he's a homeless guy. Anyways, that's a really, really sad story.
Yeah. Well, bro, I'm gonna close my final for the night is we got to get it together. It's too much to do. I ain't gonna lie, I'm tired. I've been when I'm not driving, I'm in my laptop trying to get stuff done. Like it just, but
Did you get to use any of that stuff I sent to you?
yeah, I used it. I used all of it.
That's good to know, man. That's good to hear.
Yeah, I put it all. I just the last draft that I got from you, I used.
That's good. I'm happy to hear that.
Yeah.
Anyways, peace and love. Thank y'all for joining. Thank y'all for listening. We'll be back tomorrow.
Tenfold.
Peace.
Peace.